Rel bit because like he's got fucking cameras all over him while he's playing on stage. It's like, wow, this is actually kind of awesome. Like actually kind of awesome. Like it's weirdly, I don't want to say, I think forward thinking is the wrong term, but like it's a really neat way of presenting a live stream, I guess. All right, anyway, let's play some Dwarf Fort. So chat room here on Twitch. We are also live on YouTube. And YouTube, folks, we're also live on Twitch. Currently, there are 29 people watching on YouTube. Ooh, we can make that number go up. And over on Twitch, we have 140. We are in the draws of January, where everybody's watching GDQ, I guess. If you're over here on the Twitch side of things and you want to just help me out in general, a really good way to do that actually is by popping over to the YouTube stream and obviously keeping the Twitch stream out because that's the chat that I respond to the most. Tolis, thank you very much for the 2 gift subs, increasing the number of gift subs today up to 7. Appreciate you, man. And if you go over to the YouTube stream, just leave a like on it, increase the likes, and you know, maybe leave the tab up if you want to help, because any kind of passive lurky viewership over there does actually go a long way, and it does help, especially if you have like YouTube Premium and whatnot. I've also been told that if you're trying to like watch the stream and you want to get up and leave, or you want to cast it to a TV, YouTube's the best way to do that. Granted, once again, if you want to interact, Twitch is the better place to do that. The next thing I gotta say is, but before I dive in properly, I'm gonna chill for like 90 seconds. All right? The count of the YouTube video is paused. No, it doesn't. It's paused. The other thing I gotta say is, if you like the stream and you know you're watching on one of those platforms, but you don't want to give Amazon money and you don't want to give like YouTube money, that's totally fine. But I have a way that you could give me money, and I guess also Shopify money, and I guess also Fourth Wall a tiny little bit of money. But I sell merch over at my merch store, which is blinderl-shop.fourthwall.com. Which there should be a link in the YouTube description for the stream, and there is also a link in the Twitch if you type in !merch in the chat. Of course, you can also gift out merch to people if you like, but we have this is all in Canadian money, so if the prices seem weirdly high, minus 30% is probably what you'll see. But we got stickers. They're big. Like, the stickers are big. We got large mugs. We got not so large mugs with large options for the mugs. We got shirts. We got more mugs, and we got stickers, and we got more shirts. We also have a hoodie and mugs. And at some point, we should add some more merch. Let's kind of get into that season again. YouTube ad played during the shilling. And you're not blocking the YouTube ads? I mean, thank you. I'll be honest with you. So with Twitch, I have a 1-minute countdown, or I'm supposed to get a 1-minute countdown, and then I know when the ads are playing, because they play simultaneously. On YouTube, they play based on the YouTube audience members, quote, this is YouTube, tolerance of ads. I don't know what that means. I don't know how frequently they're playing. I don't know how often they're playing. I don't know how long they play for. I don't get a notification. I don't get any indication that there is an ad running, period. And the one time that I saw one was when I happened to tab over to the YouTube dashboard, because it does have a dashboard, and it said, ad currently playing for some audience members. And I was like, what does that mean? And I have 3 options for the ads on YouTube, right? Well, 4, technically. Off, so no ads. Minimal ads. Balanced ads. And aggressive ads. To which I hope actually means that if I select aggressive ads, you're only going to get ads of, like... You know that era of, like, Old Spice ads where it was just a dude yelling at you? Like, just that kind of thing. Or, like, just really mad people, like, trying to sell, I don't know, yeah, it's just ads with Hulk Hogan screaming at you or something. Like, I just want aggressive ads to just actually be aggressive ads. Yeah, like Monster Truck Show advertisements, exactly like YouTube chat's saying. It's just like, you know, like, it's the most intense show you've ever seen on pay-per-view, Monster Jam, or whatever the fuck. It's just like, just monster trucks crushing cars. It's like only aggressive advertising. But no, I think what that actually means is they just cram as many ads into there. It's like, you know, workout gear. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't like ads. really, especially at this time of year, because like, I mean, I'm all about being transparent, right? Like back in December, for a minute and 30 seconds of ads every 30 minutes on Twitch, which is how many ads I pay on Twitch, I was making about $40 to $50 a day in ad revenue in December. So it would take a couple days, but a couple days after the stream was over, and keep in mind that's with like about 200 viewers streaming for about 10 hours. I would make like 40, 50 bucks, which isn't great on an hourly rate, but you know, it pads out the like the Twitch subs and the Prime subs and the bits and the tips and stuff, and it adds up to being pretty good. Now in January, I'm making about $6 to $7, and it's like I can't turn them off. So I still have to, I'm showing you guys the same amount of ads. You guys are getting the same amount of pain, but I'm getting a fraction of the money because it's just that time of year, right? And YouTube's the same, right? My second YouTube account, which makes less than my main one, went from making about like 250, I think, in January, in December. In January so far, it's made like a quarter of that. For like the same number of views, and same with the main channel. Like the main channel's dropped like $500 in revenue in like the first, I guess, 2 weeks of January. And it's like, it is what it is. Out of curiosity, does a sub from someone on YouTube, does a sub from someone on YouTube with YouTube Premium pay out for you? Here, I can show you. I'm actually in a Twitch ad right now, so this is not a bad time to just show you this. Tolus, thank you very much for gifting a subscription in the Twitch chat to Springbok based. And also Lanix wants you to post beers. Hi Lanix, how you doing? So be wary, I'm about to show you light mode. So if you are allergic to light mode, please squint. Just looking for this real quick. So this is the YouTube revenue for my main channel, okay? So this is in the last 28 days. So this is in Canadian dollars. So I've made 1,139 Canadian dollars and 35 cents on my YouTube channel in the last 28 days. $652 of that is from watch page ads, right? Which is 57.3%. $348 of that has come from YouTube Premium. $71 of that is from YouTube memberships. I made 30 bucks in YouTube chat, from Super Chat, so from the stream chats. I made $18.69, nice, from Super Thanks. And Shorts apparently pay some money now, and then some people got gifted members. So, yeah, so about 30% of my watch time money comes from YouTube Premium. You should leave your YouTube Premium account. The way I understand YouTube Premium works is actually the same way Twitch Turbo works now. But the way I understand YouTube Premium works is a percentage, I don't know what percentage, of the cost of YouTube Premium is distributed amongst the YouTubers you watch. So that's based on watch time. So if you're watching a video, let's say 80% of your watch time on a month goes to a particular YouTuber. Then 80% of that portion of your YouTube Premium subscription goes to that YouTuber. I think that's how that works. I think. I don't know what percentage of it is, but it's a percentage. And Twitch Prime, or not Twitch Prime, Twitch Turbo works the same way, where you can pay for Twitch Turbo. And like hold on. I can't actually show you this screen because Twitch has some weird things about the revenue screen, but I can just read it for you. Like last week, Tuesday last week. So this, or actually Tuesday this week. Tuesday on the 16th, I made $8.04 in Twitch ads and $1.04 in Turbo, which means I made $8.04 in ads running from people seeing ads, and I made $1.04 from people who had Twitch Turbo who thus didn't see the ads. In December 27th, I made $37 in ads and $5.80 in Turbo. So, yeah. I do my damnedest to ignore literally everything Spiffing Brit says because he kind of makes me mad. But yeah, vaguely. I did in fact vaguely hear about that. So it's probably changed by now. Yeah, I remember somebody talking about that and me going, Is that real? Okay. So I'm not going to read all of the dwarves that are alive in the fort because there is so many of them. It's more than half of the dwarves. I don't really want to read 100+ names. So if you had a dwarf in this fort and you're curious about their well-being or their alive or deathlyhood, feel free to just let me know in chat, and I will go take a look and see if they are alive. Well, it's not that his exploits are shit. It's often his exploits make life worse for literally everybody else. Like it's really interesting from like an analytical perspective, the way he runs his videos, and it's really interesting from a like data perspective, but from the perspective of somebody who's trying to make a living on the platforms that he breaks, he makes our life harder. Hold on, I've got a record that just fell over. I'm gonna pop it back up. Do I have temperature or weather turned off? No. Like, at least I don't think so. Unless I fucked up real bad. Yeah, weather, temperature. I do have multi-threading on. But, no. Also, the game was running pretty slow when I just had it running. I remember when your dwarf died right at the end of falling in the Great Falls. The Great Butt. Falling at the end of Great Butt. Yeah, I think you got hit in the head with a rock, didn't you? One day we'll give you Nasty Rooster the sequel. Check if you're still in the living realm. Let's see. We'll do dwarf check-ins before we deal with this siege. I think you are. There you are. Yeah, you are very happy. You are a legendary weaponsmith. You've even made an artifact. You still dream of raising a family. You have plenty of friends. Recently, your thoughts are very positive. You're slightly annoyed at being caught in the rain and frustrated after being unable to practice some martial arts. So you kind of want to you want to be in a military squad. But aside from that, you are in good you are in good mental state. So that's good. I can't remember if I ended up giving you a dwarf yesterday, Laya. I could give you a dwarf now if you like. You appreciate an update on your Weaver Marksdwarf? Neezer is quite happy. You're currently picking up equipment. You are satisfied after learning about armor smithing. So you've been learning about armor smithing, a little bit about weaponsmithing, and training archery. Basically, you're a student slash archerer. Was the falling solved? I have completely changed how I walk down there, and they stopped dying as constantly. Was it solved? Not entirely. I've basically come to the conclusion that they were just running down the hill too quickly and slipping and falling somewhere along the line. But yeah, we've removed all the ramps. Craftlaw is also still alive. You're very happy. Talon Artho is alive, and you are worshiping currently. You are extremely happy. You are a scholar, and currently you are just praying. You have a lot of needs that need to be filled, though. What version of the game are you playing, Springbok? Yeah, I mean, multi-threading causes some weird crashes, but I've never had an issue with it, so. Captain, I mean, Giant Blue Lizard, you're not the captain of the guard, but you are a militia captain. You're very happy. You have 3 notable kills and 13 other kills. Legendary Spear Dwarf. Steam version. Yeah, but most up-to-date version of the Steam version. Because I know that there was a crash where if 2 of the same icon came in at the exact same time, basically if you're getting a repeated crash, turn off multi-threading, and maybe that'll fix it, is like, I guess, kind of what I was going to say. But probably climb over the rocks and fall down there. The game doesn't do that, Xylem. Let's just say that they were running too fast and they slipped and fell and died at the bottom. That's what was happening. So, because that's what was happening. We confirmed this. I give up talking around it, so I'm just going to stop pretending to be, like, somewhat sure, even though I'm only somewhat sure. I use different settings for every website, Taff for YouTube because of how YouTube works. High contrast dark mode doesn't help. YouTube is just an awful layout for a website. Sure, you could absolutely imagine them climbing over that and falling. So I don't even know how well things are set up. I think, like, I just got the cannons set up. mostly. Okay, so shot number... Okay, so the coin cannons are not set up at all, but the other ones are, and it seems like these are pretty empty, so we can give them like 4 or 5 days to load this. I'm just going to unforbid this, and we'll just wait until the entire glut of dwarves is over here. And once the whole glut of dwarves is over here, then we'll start the other side filling. Or rather, I will lock the door. I'm just going to let them run this way first because they're, I guarantee you, all going to go this way first. We're going to need to turn on the burrow, which is one of the first things I'm going to do. And once I see them all popping out of here, I will lock this. So there's kind of a break. I'm also going to get literally all of my soldiers training. I need them to all go grab their gear if they don't currently. I will also just state the best change that Twitch has made in the last year is letting me stream on YouTube concurrently with Twitch. Even though Twitch is still my primary platform, and I would terrible things would have to happen for me to use YouTube as the primary streaming platform. It's still like the best change Twitch has made. Okay, so that seems to be a bit of a break. Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. That closes. Let's double check and make sure all of the dwarves are in here. They are now. This does not cover here. Need to lock this now. Need to pull this. It just kind of is what it is. Modern website design is not designed to be accessible. The modern website design is designed to be aesthetically appealing to people who are important when it comes to the aesthetics of a website. By that, I mean the people who give the website money. That's the only thing that like companies really care about right now is making things appealing to the people who are paying for their existence. This dwarf is now going to be Lyagushka. The second, I think. Laya seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings, dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples, is often sad and dejected and has a calm demeanor, prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible and has an active imagination, tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and she is somewhat uncomfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, that appear unusual or live differently from herself. There we go. She finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She lives a fast-paced life, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and she likes working out. She does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Doesn't care about anything anymore. Personally, is an absolute believer in the rule of law. And finds the acquisition and use of power abhorrent and would have all masters toppled, and thinks that the entire concept of sacrifice for others is truly disgusting, would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder, finds the idea of fair dealing foolish and cheats whenever she finds it profitable, and sees those that attempt to maintain dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive, and values eloquence and dreams of raising a family. And we've got friends, passing acquaintances, and you're a member of the Golden Cult, who is the deity of Delum, which is not a very popular religion around here. Not forgotten, no. Just very distracted this morning. Gonna dump all of this clothing out as well, once they have time. Let's see how full this minecart is. Gun number 1 is 62% full. Okay, well that I can forbid. And unforbid this one. For the last few bits. There we go. I need the clothing to get removed. So I am not entirely sure if the best decision here is to actually fight them with the machines or just fight them in person. It kind of depends on how big this siege is, because the setup time for those machines is so heavy. So we'll see. Because if this is the whole siege, I don't think we're going to actually use the machines. Because I'll be able to make a lot more progress if I don't. Hey, DS. It's good to see you, dude. Taft Jeff, thanks for the Prime sub. Thanks for popping over here and using that Prime. I appreciate the follow as well. And also, like, it feels obnoxious to constantly mention Prime, but if you do actually happen to have Amazon Prime, please remember to use it on a streamer you like. It doesn't need to be my stream. Just remember to use it, because it's one of those things where it is a promotion paid for by Amazon. And if Amazon ever decides that they don't want to give that promotion to Twitch anymore, it goes away. And while I don't think it's likely, there is a chance, and there always will be a chance, that it could go away at some point. And if you have Prime, use it. Just give it to somebody, because you're paying for Amazon already. So might as well give a portion of that money to somebody on the internet that isn't Amazon directly. Where all the cool kids are at. That's the kids table. Absolutely. It's the cool kids table, you know? Like, we've got the masses over here on Twitch, and you got the cool kids table. If you're not using it, it's literally free money for Amazon. All right, so we are going to I think set up Mark's Dwarfs. I'm getting a phone call. Hold on. I'm expecting a phone call from a doctor today, but that one just immediately hung up on me. So if that was actually something, then it must have been a wrong number. I don't know. All right. But because I'm expecting a phone call from a doctor today, I'm going to be a little bit more jumpy to just answer phone calls when they come in, which is something I don't normally do. So they're all going to go stand there. Pop down here. Grab all those bolts. And currently our metal industry is mostly on pause because I do not actually have access to coal currently. Which is a bit annoying. But kinda is just the way of things. Uh-oh. Well, Suited Giraffe is stuck. Here, let's free Suited Giraffe. All right. Yeah, this isn't that big of a siege. We're just going to fight them. We're just going to make our lives a little bit easier, I think, and not worry about the cleanup time this round. Huh. All right. It says that there's a track there, but I can't see it. It's weird. Why does it say that there's a track there if I can't see it? Bizarre. Abominable hatred. Are you also a snowman? Thank you very much for the brand new Prime subscription. Another Prime sub. Check, and I get a couple beers for that. And also, just on both chats, can we get a round of beers for good luck for my soldiers who are about to fight this goblin army? And the biggest threat to my dwarves currently, I think, is their balance. Power Tools and Beer, what's up, dude? It's good to see you. Also, hi, Silver Falcon. I don't believe I've said hello to you yet. I see the temple complex layout, please. Dude, we're under siege. It's our non-speedrun way to showcase DF at GDQ. I don't know. Honestly, I mean, I guess you could maybe do a tool-assisted speedrun with DF hack or something. I don't know. I don't follow GDQ close enough. I don't really have a temple complex. But these are all high-value temples. But this is the last one that I built. It's a 12,000 value temple. It's just, you know, the temple for one particular religion, which in this case is the Ashen Order, which was requested by my dwarves a little further down. I've got these two. I've got the Cathedral of Laws, which is the most popular religion, with 59 worshippers in it. This is the maximum value, and also I just realized I need another religious figure here. I guess we'll make Craftlol. Craftlol, congratulations. You are now an exalted barricade. The mayor is actually the leader of that, which is a bit of a conflict of interest. You know, our mayor is the mayor and also the head of a religion. Here we have Sparky, who is the broker, but also the sacred smile of the cult of amethysts. This is another temple. And then a few layers down, this is another temple, which is the temple to Delum Boulder Point. And then this is just kind of my anything goes temple, which is connected to this dining hall. So they hang out in here and they pray and meditate and eat food. So, you know, it's a buffet temple. The kind of temple I can get behind, you know? Just like, you know, how most of America goes to church at Golden Corral. Well, in Dwarf Fortress, they go to church at whatever the name of that temple is. Sacred Smile kind of sounds like a mid-2000s creepypasta. If you had to ask me. As an American can confirm. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Dwarf Fortress wouldn't fit in the bad game category, which is kind of like non-speedruns usually. It's just like showcasing bad and buggy games. And like that Dwarf Fortress isn't like, it gets that reputation, I think, unfairly. Dwarves are already shooting bolts. First Goblin is having a very crappy day and is doing its best pincushion impression. It got a bolt stuck in the upper body, tearing the heart. Oh my God. What a way to go. Just bolt to the heart. This Goblin here hasn't actually taken any damage yet. In fact, it appears that an iron bolt struck in the upper body, but which tore it through the breastplate. It screams, "Begone fear." Multiple bolts are now deflected. An iron bolt strikes the Goblin in the upper arm, chipping the bone. A bronze bolt strikes the Goblin in the right foot, which was deflected, but then it got hit in the lower leg, which went through the copper chain leggings, which made it fall over. Where did that Goblin even go? Oh, I see, it's over here now. It's bleeding and injured. And we have our first casualty, who's Snow Knob. The goblins keep firing. I'm actually curious. Do I recognize any of these goblins? Have any of these goblins attacked me before? I think one of the plans for today, Chad, is we're going to go down into the deeper cavern layers. Okay, so this person, I've killed 2 of their family members on previous attacks. And 2 of their cousins. So I've killed 5 members of this goblin's family. I mean, I would be attacking too. The creative wickedness of the spider armor. Dreams of attaining a rank in society. I don't think you're going to be able to fulfill that dream there, Goblin. How about you back here? This Goblin is married. I've already killed their uncle, Grozu. Also a member of the Spider of Armor. Has previously been in the Hate of Serpents. They don't like Snack. They step on Snack. Was a former member of the Lone Dungeons and the Nightmare of Gulfs. Also has a wife. But like, you know, I killed his uncle, right? This particular guy has no kills to his name. It's usually the recruits that have family, which I think is interesting. It's like the second time when they return. Dwarves have taken out 3 of the goblins. The merchants will be leaving soon. Well, we have a siege to finish before the merchants can leave. Uh-oh. Well, this one just darted past and is trying to get into the back end of my dwarves. However, it appears that Chad Broski is just beating the shit out of it. He's smacking him with his buckler. In fact, he smacks him in the mouth with bruising this cheek's skin. He punches the goblin swordsman in the eyelid with his right hand, but the attack glances away. The force pulls the head, tearing apart the muscle and bruising the fat. And the Marksdwarf says, "I've improved my armor, and that was satisfying." The dwarf continues to beat him. We have more dwarves piling on, and they are Well, I get. Never mind. Actually, he's dead, so they are no longer piling on because he is dead. Most of the dwarves are going to go get more ammo, and because of that, the goblins have taken notice that there are exposed marks dwarves. Little do they know that most of my marks dwarves are also expert wrestlers, and my military is just waiting in the wings right here. And there's traders hanging out too, so they'd be rather upset if these goblins actually started doing stuff. My dwarves are now in hand-to-hand combat with Rare Candy and Chad Broski, Ranger Rick, and Bandage up at the front. However, they are all elite marks dwarves, so I'm not too concerned about their ongoing safety, although maybe I should be, and I'm being naive. A iron bolt struck this goblin in the upper body, which was deflected by its iron breastplate. The dwarves are coming around the corner very quick, while the marks dwarves are going off to go get more ammo, which is literally what they are doing. The first dwarf, who's Labash, collides with the goblin recruit and slices them in the head, and the injured part is cloven asunder. So that's what happened to the first goblin with a family. The second goblin with a family is sitting here going, "Oh God!" Wait, are you saying anything? Death. It's truly horrifying. It's all around us. Begone, fear. Walks forwards and probably is already dead. Has been struck by a mace lord in the upper arm with an iron shield, jamming the bone through the shoulder, which is a pretty unfortunate injury to get. It's not something that you really feel like you're going to recover from. I mean, come on. If the initial injury doesn't kill you, then frankly, I think the pain and bleeding will. Down here, let's see what's just happened to her. The Mace Lord struck her again in the lower arm, fracturing the bone. So the Mace Lord's just smacking her in the arm. As for the other guy, he hasn't even been hit yet, I don't think. He's just been blocking stuff. Well, I mean, the other guy's got some skill. Bolt comes flying out, and the dwarves all dodge out of the way of it, I think. Who's this goblin? These dwarves up here, well, this one is stationed, and he's out of ammo. This one is also stationed and also out of ammo. So all these dwarves are out of ammo, so these ones are just too scared to go get more ammo, whereas others, I think, are getting more ammo. Or Chad, did you go get more ammo? Yeah, you have a silver bolt, I think. Yeah, okay, Chad went and got more ammo, so that's good. Which means the marks dwarves are probably returning to the fight now, I'm assuming. I mean, you're set to pick up equipment, so they're all just going to go get more equipment. So, but they should come back pretty quickly. We've got Chad Broski already firing more bolts out, as well as Ranger Rick, who is out of ammo, but is firing bolts as well. The dwarves have finished taking out that initial scourge of goblins. We have this goblin bowman up here, who's most recently been hit by a mace lord. Shoutouts to this mace lord. Who is the mace lord? The mace lord is Olbach, who is quite effective in this fight so far. Moving through, bits and pieces of goblin viscera are flying at just quite literally everywhere. The goblins are firing bolts, which is once again the biggest threat to us because it makes the dwarves jump out of the way, which can make them go flying off the bridge. The dwarves fly through. Okay, well, let's see. We've got Shaku, who just landed on the ground. Shaku not only landed on the ground, but attained absolutely zero injuries, so shoutouts to Shaku. And right after him, Poplio also lands, mildly stunned, but no actual injury. However, right after that, probably just... hold on, did you actually just get... No, okay, didn't get hit by that. That's a shame. I thought that this person just got hit by this goblin's neck. And here comes a nose. I'm really going to need to make a way for them to get on top of this little wall I put here, because there's just body parts all over them. And honestly, it's getting a little gross, and I'm sure it's going to disturb the dwarves pretty soon. The rest of the dwarves keep running forward. Goblins are wishing they stayed home today. And then we get to watch Shaku and Popliop, I think, come up from the back. And Bobtron as well, who also fell off, who I didn't even see. Bobtron is the first one to get back to on the goblin side of things and is fighting with this goblin and took out a goblin on the way back in, and the siege is broken. It's not a bad game, and if you see, the Steam version have small errors. I only mentioned the Great X in the UI of squads. What's your point of stating this? Like, I'm aware that the UI has deficiencies. Are you talking about it because I said that it wouldn't fit the bad game block in GDQ? Is that why you're bringing this up? I'm just confused as to what purpose that really has. I mean, yeah, anybody who plays this game is aware of the UI's deficiencies. And as far as that particular issue with the UI goes, it's something you kind of get used to pretty quickly if you just play the game a lot. But I don't really consider that to be a qualifier of a bad game per se. Okay, well, I mean, then you agree with me. It's not the kind of game that would do well in the bad game block. I mean, the bad game block at GDQ is for stuff like, for lack of a better term, some shit that the Game Mill turns out, which are the people who put out, oh, goddamn, what's the name of that truck game? That was really bad. Big rigs, over-the-road racing, stuff like that. That's a bad game, block game. Big rigs, over-the-road racing, which is a bad game. It's a badly designed, poorly made, poorly executed piece of shit. That's the kind of game that does well in the bad game block. Dwarf Fortress doesn't fit that moniker at all. Thanks for the accidental raid the other day. It's not the first time that's happened, dude. Like, the number of times I've gone to, like, raid somebody, and they end, like, as I raid them. At the very least, like, she noticed, said hi, gave a very brief look at the fort, and then moved past the raid on to somebody else. Like, that's fine. It's kind of the beauty of Twitch. Everybody wins in that situation. She got a bunch of followers, you get a big raid. I think that people who complain about the UI for Dwarf Fortress, and I'm not saying that the feedback isn't legitimate. It's legitimate feedback. But when I hear people saying things like, Dwarf Fortress, I need to adjust the mat that I'm sitting on because I'm still trying to find the perfect spot for it. I think that if you are going on and on and on about the UI being horrible or something to that extent, then you're one of two people. You either never played the original game, which is totally fair, and yes, the UI needs improvement, and you're more than welcome to not play it until it gets improved because they are improving it. Or two, you did play the original game, and you took the time to learn one of the most complicated, obtuse UI schemes ever, which once learned was really quick and accessible and easy to use. Most people didn't do that. The main sticking point and block from people learning to play this game was the lack of mouse support and the obtuse UI in the old game. From my perspective, in my opinion, the old UI, totally fine, because I spent the 60 hours to memorize every single one of those hotkeys and can play it way faster than I can even play Premium. But the issues with Premium's UI are mild annoyances, generally. And that isn't an issue when you think about the grand scheme of how inaccessible this game was with the old one. No meat? We have tons of meat. We have no raw meat. You see how I have a lot of things in my food? We are cooking meals periodically, so whenever ingredients become available, which ingredients are seeds, plants, fish, and meat, it's made into meals. So I actually have tons of meat. It's just all in my meals. No, I agree, Drovian. I completely agree. But if you look at the wider picture of what the game is, it's in a much better place than it would be if we were still back in the old one. So, but I do agree with you. And if you listen to the chat that I put up with Putnam the other day, which that one person got really mad at, and another person is yelling at me saying I'm a terrible interviewer, which I'm pretty sure they've done that on previous interviews I've done. I'm starting to think that I've got a couple of fans, air quotes, who just like listen to my interviews and just criticize the sound of my voice. They're just like, you sound like you're interrogating and you interrupt. It's like, no, that's more editing. And the person I was interviewing didn't sound like I was interrogating, and then we continued to talk for another 40 minutes about the game because they enjoyed the conversation. So I think some people just go into my videos looking for negativity. Yeah, a couple days ago, by a couple days ago, I mean 2 days ago, I put up a video with Putnam. Here, I'll give you a link. It's me talking with Putnam. It's called Dwarf Fortress Putnam Talks, Keyboard Support, UI Filters, and the series is called Coders Workshop. There's a link. It's just me talking with Putnam, who works on Dwarf Fortress. And if you want to hear the version with the random tangents, her pausing to look stuff up, and awkward pauses in between questions, for $1, you can get that on Patreon. So, Reddit is lame. Ironically, I only got positive feedback on Reddit. People on the Dwarf Fortress Reddit are lovely. And the rude, negative comments I got were all on YouTube, and all of the transphobic comments that were directly attacking Putnam were also only on YouTube. So fortunately, YouTube's filters are pretty good, and I don't mind if people are mad. I'll let mad comments through. That's not an issue. But if someone is just there blatantly screaming transphobic slurs at somebody, yeah, I'll delete those comments. Not above that. This game's still playable perfectly. You love the old version and you love the new version. To me, the old version and the new version are kind of different games. You know, it's like the difference between like an early prototype version of a game and then like the game, you know? Any press is good press? Not necessarily true. Controversy isn't good press. You finally got around to watching the interview. It was pretty nice. You enjoyed watching it. You're not sure why some people are being assholes. I think that you listen to my voice a lot. No banner flags, because let's be honest, you're around my stream frequently. So if you're used to listening to my voice, I think you understand a little bit more about my speech patterns. And I am aware that my voice and the way I talk makes some people think that I am mad constantly. I assure you, unless I'm literally stating I'm pissed at you and like fuck yourself or whatever, I am not mad. And I guess I've just come to terms with the fact that I must just have the resting bitch face equivalent of a voice. What mods do you use? None. Next question. Technically, if you're asking about like QOL stuff, I do use DFHack, which isn't a mod. It is like it's a separate piece of software that you can run. It is free on Steam if you want to use it. But it's essentially like Cheat Engine, but designed specifically for Dwarf Fortress instead of, you know, an actual like game mod, because it's a RAM editor. So it's editing the game's RAM in real time while I'm playing. Okay, well, we need to wait for access. Yeah, it's literally a hack, yes. And also, fun fact, older versions of the game used to be notoriously crashy, and I'm doing that in air quotes. And the reason it was so crashy most of the time was because people would use GFHack, and they would use a plugin called Text Will Be Text, which allows you to see multiple Z levels at once. And that was the source of, like, more than 50% of classic DF's crashes. Is it like Lazy Noob Pack from the original version? DF Hack was a portion of the starter pack, yeah. It's included in the starter pack. But no, not really. I mean, it's just this. If you have the Steam version, literally just go download this and it'll run concurrently if you want to use it. But keep in mind, DF Hack allows you to do some very cheaty things. It's kind of like if you play a lot of Bethesda games, knowing how their command line works for that engine. Yeah, it gives you the ability to skip quests and basically make the game play itself for you. It breaks a lot of things. By that I mean, it gives you too much information, in my opinion. In a lot of cases, I like there's like some of the features that it has are very, very, very useful. Some of the features that it has make the game worse, in my opinion. Some people disagree with me on that, which is fine. You're completely entitled to disagree with me. Like if you think that, yes, by pressing J and interrogate, I should be able to know exactly who is potentially going to be somebody who's committing crimes in my thing with the click of a button, because the game is looking at that behind the scenes. Should I be able to see that? I don't think so. I think I should have to do a little bit more observation on my own. Things like this military screen, this being able to search for names, great. I actually don't like that I can very, very quickly like sort through the different dwarves to find different specific attributes and stuff from this screen. And the reason I don't like this, even though it's available, I have to have it on because if I use the search function here, this is just attached to it. The reason I don't like this is one of the most important parts of Dwarf Fortress is clicking on a dwarf and clicking on their personality and reading it. that is where you get the majority of the character building and the world building in this game. And because it's described as a story generator, if you're not using this UI, you are missing a huge portion of the game's potential storytelling and narrative building. And the reason I don't like this edition of this search UI, I do like this search bar, I don't like this, is I never need to look at a dwarf. I think it's very important to look at the dwarves. I think it's very important to read the dwarves' descriptions, because that gives you the idea of what the dwarf is and why they're important to your fort, and helps build character in your brain. Even if it doesn't build narratives instantly at a glance, what it does do is it forces the player to acknowledge parts of the narrative. And I think that that's very important. I think that it's better for Dwarf Fortress to be a slower game that is more tedious and slower to play, because it forces the player to acknowledge the narrative. Which, if you want to play it like a strategy game, okay, that's fine. You lose some of that. And I think that that option should be available for the people who really want it. As an example, it should be available for people via DF hack, or if you want to force the game to play that way. I think that if the game just allows for that kind of play by default, I think that kind of sucks. Sure. Definitely. But I think being able to just search for, like, need for training, I think is shitty. I guess it also depends on what you consider to be cheaty, right, Razor F? Yeah, no, the vampires thing is bad. But at the end of the day, it's a single-player game, right? So me rambling about what I like and don't like is more just me talking about what I like to do and what I don't like to do, right? It's 100% up to you. If you want to play with Fast Dwarf 2 all the time and give all of your dwarves Armok's Blessing, which I'm not going to click this button because it would completely change my save forever. But like, if you want to just play with Armok's Blessing gives all of your dwarves only positive traits and sets their empathy to 0. So resets their stress, makes them as happy as possible, gives them every single positive possible trait, removes all of their injuries, and sets their empathy to 0. So they're no longer bothered by any kind of combat, and they have every single positive trait that benefits them, and none of the traits that take away from them. And then, you know, you can make your dwarves run it fast. If you want to play the game that way, play the game that way. Like, the tools exist for that reason, because somebody wants to play the game that way, right? And I can see the argument for it. If that's something you want, if that's something that makes the game better for you, use it. I'm all for that. Yeah, I mean, that you can literally just go into the settings in RimWorld and turn on dev mode. It's 1000% a thing you can do, yeah. You wish roofing was easier to build for above ground construction? We're dwarves! I actually really like how above ground construction works. And the reason I like how above ground construction works is we're dwarves. Dwarves are not really above ground creatures, right? Dwarves are underground creatures, generally, right? Like, that's kind of the accepted statement. Dwarves are underground creatures, at least to a degree. So if dwarves are underground creatures, at least to a degree, wouldn't it be logical for dwarves to not build above ground as often? Makes sense to me, at the very least. Yeah, also that. I think the reason I like the way the construction and roofing works is because I played enough of this game that I understand how to build basic scaffolding quickly. And I think that becomes a rewarding thing once you understand how to build basic scaffolding quickly. That becomes a very rewarding portion of the gameplay loop, is building scaffolding. And knowing how to do that efficiently is, I guess, part of the learning curve to a degree. That comes with experience. And so I kind of get why somebody who's newer to the game would be like, I really wish this was easier. And to a degree, sure, yeah, I agree. I wish the learning curve of it was easier, and I wish the game gave you examples or ideas of how to do certain things like that. because I think it would make the process of learning the whole game better for new players. However, I think the way it works right now is actually really cool. Or scaffolding is just stairs. Yeah. Or I use walls and ramps usually. Yeah. Hey, Chad Broski. But there's, like, find me another game that forces the player to design scaffolds that isn't Minecraft or Rust or one of those other open world survival crafting games that's like this. Because, like, I think RimWorld has the opposite problem, where roofing is boring. Roofing is not interesting in RimWorld. Do I have a tutorial for scaffolding? No, actually, because I don't know how I would do that quickly. Never really thought about it, to be honest with you. Just trying to get them to dump stuff. What is going on? But I think there's just too many tasks getting done right now. Let's just put all of these dwarves onto no orders for right now. We'll just get everything dumped. Maybe monthly orders, we'll do it that way. I don't know if it would necessarily be a tutorial. It'd probably be an ideas video. I don't really see how I would tutorialize that. I mean, currently I've just been kind of in the process of like working on remaking a couple tutorials. I want to do a better video on pumps. That's a bit more all-encompassing. I want to do a better video on cloth. That covers more, because my cloth and clothing video is very basic. Because like I did the quick tutorials, and I think at this point I'm kind of more working on guides or complete guides, I guess, like the ones I did for KitFox games. All right, let's just turn this off. Maybe it's the burrow that's fudging things up here. Just mildly perplexed as to why there's so many things not getting done right now. It's just weird. Specifically the dumping. Now they're okay, now they're dumping items. All right, I don't know what was up with that. I must have just queued something up wrong. Fine. I just need all this crap to go away. Here's a question. How do I reattach stairs that you cut the middle part? So they need to be able to stand next to... I think, like, stairs are, like, one of the biggest things, right? So, like, if you're building underground, and let's just say I accidentally cut off one layer of stairs, right? So down here, I have just an upstairs, and up here, I have just a downstairs, or, like, just the up-down stairs. If you go down beneath it, what you can do is you can connect stairs from here and then up. However, if there's a space missing, they need to be able to stand next to the initial stairs. So what you would do is you would dig out one space next to it, build the multi-layer drag over top of the two with the build function, and that should reattach them. However, if the stairs are already built, they can stand above or below. But if the stairs aren't built and it's just down, they have to stand next to it. I don't know why, but they do. So you use the build function and just make sure that they have space to stand at the spot that you're starting on. Zassit, the dwarf, withdraws from society. Where is you? Oh, that's why I didn't see you. It's because you're underneath like 4 dwarves. It's going to be another metalsmith. What you grabbing, Dwarf? Make sure that they go about completing their artifact. I also need to chop down more trees soon. You channel all the stairs to replace them? 1000%. Yeah, you can build stairs over stairs. Channeled stairs, like dug stairs, are supposed to be like a temporary stair. Like, it's supposed to be the one that you make initially and then replace with built stairs. There's a reason why the dug stairs always have the little jagged, like, unsmoothed layer. It's because they're not smooth. They're not nice stairs. They're ugly, like, crap stairs, basically. So, yeah, absolutely, that's possible. Yeah, I would really like some sort of ladders or ropes situation at some point, Tap Jaff, right there with you. Why stonecutters don't clean them up? Well, like, here, like, let me show you something. I'm trying to think how I can do an example of this without just like ruining my fort. I mean, okay, so this was a dug stair right here. It goes all the way up, 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 all the way up. And then on this one layer, it's not because I haven't put like constructed stairs there. But these are constructed stairs over top of dug stairs. Actually, here's a spot I can show you something. So you see this? This is a stairway going down. It goes down, 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 through a bunch of things that are forbidden that I need to unforbid, and then down to here, right? Now, if I were to just claim these, right, and then as you can see, I've got stairs to going down here. If I unforbid this, I can go down here, I can go construct, and then I can go from here up a layer. And I can just use the diorite that's here. Done. And they will build from down here up to here. So constructed stairs into non-constructed stairs. That's actually something I should do. I should do a stairs complete guide video. I should pitch that one to Kid Fox. Yeah, I do that all the time. Like, that's always been something you've been able to do. You can also go with already constructed stairs and just be like, although there's like forbidden boulders all over this. Just go all the way up to here. All right, done. And then I can just go over top of this and just remove all of that forbidden stuff so it doesn't cancel, and they'll build over all of it. You serious? Got 'em on. It's always been that way for this version. Not in version 47, but in this version, yeah, you can do that. All right, you guys have convinced me to do a stairs complete guide. I'll put that in my notes. I'll put it next to cloth remake videos. I'll make a complete guide. Like, stairs are just such a simple thing to me. JJ, do you have a dwarf? That's a good question. I don't think you do. It's just JJ. No, you don't. I can give you a dwarf if you like. I think like the problem with me is and this is the problem for, you know, Quill or anybody who plays too many of these games. The reason it's the thing that's difficult for me is I play too much of this video game. Trying to use a natural waterfall, just make sure you have somewhere for the water to go, Razor. I don't know if I could do a dyeing guide because I use dye so little. I mean, I could talk about how to do it, but I'll be honest with you, I don't know how to keep a consistent stockpile of dye seeds because I'm pretty sure milling plants removes or kills the seeds, or at least it appears to. So I'm not entirely sure. I mean, there you go, Plump. You're a dyeing guide. Dye, not die, okay? Not to be confused with dye or dice. Dang it. There's no way in hell a dyeing guide wouldn't get auto-demonetized on YouTube. How to dye your clothing without your family getting sad or upset with you. Ring fit time. Enjoy your ring fit. Hopefully the ring still fits. Let's go with this. JJ from YouTube is now a metalsmith. She never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to the detriment and harm of those around her. She very easily falls in love and develops positive feelings, almost never feels discouraged, and is generally moved to mercy. She is quite impolite and inconsiderate of property. She is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this, as my dwarf makes a bronze helm artifact. That's pretty cool. I'm going to pause the game so I can look at that helm after this. She dislikes the natural world, and she is rarely happy or enthusiastic. She is conflicted by this, and she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She does not go out of her way to help others, and she has an active imagination. She tries to keep her things orderly, and she's assertive, and she is a greedy streak, and she tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and she occasionally overindulges and is stubborn. She often feels envious of others and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. She cracks her knuckles when she's angry, and she talks to herself when she's trying to remember something. She dreams of raising a family, and this dream was realized. Personally believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. Sees family as one of the most important things in life and finds sacrifice to be of the height of folly. Disregards tradition and doesn't feel strongly about the law. She has a husband who's a spirit dwarf, and her only daughter is named Burr, and her older brother is Monticore. Welcome to the fort. Okay, bits and pieces of Goblin are getting thrown away. As it should be. Tried to use grates as a walkway and it was too strong. Just kept knocking them down. If you want to use a waterfall as a front door, if that's your goal, make it kind of try and make it into an on and off and on thing where you can turn it on when the gate is locked or closed and then turn it off when the gate is open, because generally, just quite literally, making your dwarves walk through a waterfall is a good way to make your dwarves cease living, in my experience. So that may be worth noting, I suppose. So this artifact right here is a copper, or is this helm? It's a jagged bronze helm. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rock crystal, cabochons, and oval chalk cabochons, and decorated with date palm wood and finger lime wood. This object menaces with spikes of bronze, chalk, and rock crystal. On the item is an image of teff plants and pigtail, and I'm just going to put that right here because it is jagged, which means we can't use it anyway. And it also doesn't have a sprite, so I'm just going to put it underneath this other sprite. At least in my experience, them having to walk through water doesn't hurt the pathing that much in the current version, but classically that's true, yeah. If they can't get past the water, they're not strong enough to enter the fort. I mean, sure, if that's the way you want to run your fort, I suppose. Helm. Is. Let's see. Does this cancel currently? Okay, so I really need to go get me some coal. And part of the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to go down to here because there's coal literally right here. It's going to start making my entryway here look kind of ugly, but that's okay. Actually, hold up. I don't mind that. I don't mind this. I don't mind this. Once you mine through this. Water's going to cancel it, but that's okay. You had a pool in your tavern. There was a lot of cancellation. Yeah, it'll happen. Cancellation doesn't necessarily lead to poor frames, though. Like, liquids generally, on most computer systems, in my experience, don't hurt frames that badly. There are some things that do, but that isn't one of them in my experience. Okay, I can just get rid of this. I don't actually need this. Looking for more coal. That happens to be around the base of this. Like right there. I need this coal. Coal's very important. Even though it's in an aquifer, we will dig it out. Let's go back to making coke. See how much more we can get out of this. Like I said, it's all aquifer, so it sucks, but... You know, actually, if I do it this way, I might just dig out the aquifer. We'll dig holes into the underside of this, but that's okay. And they'll constantly cancel it, but it'll probably end with less dripping. It halves your frame rate when you run it. Sure. I mean, there are instances where water can cause problems, but I found them to be very inconsistent in this version and not anywhere near as detrimental as they have been in previous versions. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't know how else to be clearer about that. But I'm also not pretending that I'm a 100% expert and know everything. It's just my observations. It hasn't been anywhere near as detrimental as it was in previous versions. That's it, pretty much. I have found the most lag problem is do not clean the cavern with lots of foes. Yeah, no, I mean, that's very true. The biggest sources of lag right now are cavern critters, which suck because they are a pretty neat little feature for this version. What things count for acquiring object? Make your dwarves clothes. When they get new clothes, that's acquire objects. It's also a very common need for a lot of dwarves, so it's very hard to consistently satisfy it. But you don't need to satisfy every need for a dwarf to be happy. You just need to satisfy most of the needs for a dwarf to be happy. But crafts and clothing are kind of the two main sources of object that dwarves can acquire easily. I'm also in an ad break, and the game's saving, so that's like perfect. Also, yeah, slaughter your animals. Because everybody's game runs at different speeds, right? Because everybody has different computer setups. If you find your game is running slowly, your best bet is either check to make sure your caverns aren't double check to make sure your caverns aren't overflowing with cavern invaders. And if that's not the case, then check how many dwarves you have. Maybe get rid of some of your dwarves. Like, expel some dwarves, run with a lower population cap, and change the game in the difficulty settings so that you can have invasions with lower numbers of dwarves and smaller invasions so that it's not an insurmountable problem suddenly. And that'll give you a much better experience because you suddenly have a number of dwarves that your computer can handle, which is a large portion of the problem, is people build fortresses that their computers can handle because big fort fun. Yes, I agree. Big fort fun, very much so. However, problem with big fort is big fort often cause lag because the biggest source of lag is your dwarves and the visitors that you have. And you can adjust all of those numbers in the game's settings. It's just a matter of, finding them in the settings and adjusting them. Things like population caps are entirely editable and customizable. Things like maximum number of visitors you can have in your fort is also completely editable and customizable. You can lower and raise those numbers as you see fit, as you want. A lot of, eloquence is like generally just like they want to be in it's different types of socializing, essentially. Is this fort still on WorkSafe shit list? We don't have WorkSafe in Dwarven culture, so I don't know what kind of slander you're throwing at us. How you doing, Manticore? Coke is what I'm trying to type in. 61 Coke, sweet. We got Coke. Okay, actually, let's check. Bars. So what I really need right now is I need steel. So let's do pig iron, steel, 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 steel. Actually, let's just do all these pig iron. Got all the make steel. And then let's go magnetite. Ah, that may be part of the issue. Okay, so I've got more than 50 iron bars. Although, let's check something. Okay, so most of them are just like sitting in the workshops. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I think that's a large part of it for a lot of people, is trying to figure out how to build a fort that your computer can handle. And that is something that I can't help you with. That is something that only you can help you with. Because what can your computer handle? I have no idea, right? I have absolutely no idea what your computer can handle. And that is something I can't even begin to come up with ideas on how to help you. I wouldn't say that having a big fort automatically means less intimate knowledge of your dwarves. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think it just requires a different mindset of how you manage your dwarves. I've talked about this before, but like working with main characters instead of, you know, every single dwarf. You don't need to know every single dwarf in your fort. You just need to know the main characters. Those are the dwarves that are important. It's the main characters. And the main characters is like, you know, in Lord of the Rings, you know, a very small party of adventurers that are, you know, trying to get to Mordor and get rid of the ring, right? It's a very small group of people. And I feel like Dwarf Fortress is useful in that way, in that if you're worried about getting to know all of your dwarves, just think about it as like a main characters in a film, right? Every film has its main characters. And Dwarf Fortress has its main characters. How do you know you're ready to take on help? You don't until you've tried it once in your world, because you don't know what your world has in it until you try it once. So how do you know when you're ready? Well, when you feel that you're ready, and then when you try it once. I've tried it once in this world, so I have a much better idea of what I'm up against if I try it again in this world, which I generally get the feeling you guys want me to do that, and I was going to start preparing for that today if you guys wanted me to. But I also haven't asked, so I don't know if you guys want me to do that again in this world. Also, did I lock the front door? No, I didn't. That I need to do. There we go. Done. Bonk. Sieges are a constant delay. Yes, this is true. I was going to try and get down to the lava sea today, actually, because I'm kind of starting to get tired of having to seek out coal constantly. And having some lava up here might actually be a useful, not way of speeding things up necessarily, but if I could, you know, get some lava buckets up here to make some lava forges, that'd be pretty nice. I understand, right, the likelihood of worlds created will now be... Okay. It is very unlikely that worlds created now won't be compatible with adventure mode. And I want to stress that purely because Dwarf Fortress had 100% save compatibility, including modded worlds, for almost 10 years. The thing that broke it was premium. That's the first time world save compatibility has been broken. So, yeah, no, you should be fine. Mods or otherwise. Doesn't matter how modded your world is. It should work. Unless you've done some absolute nightmarish, like, modifications to your save that, like, completely change how certain game mechanics work. Unless it's a mod like the Rise of the Mushroom Kingdom mod, which, to my knowledge, none of those mods have been updated for this version. Where, like, literally not only is it entirely custom species, but also, like, custom powers and, like, weather effects and things that, like, aren't... And things like earthquakes, stuff that's not in the vanilla game entirely. Unless you're doing strange things like that, where there's, like, a lot of question marks involved and, like, DFX scripts that would break. I would be surprised if you run into any issues. You might know why this is happening. Whenever I find someone who is spying on my fortress, I imprison them. Upon release, they put into another cage. I don't know. Yeah, that is in fact a bug. Yeah, I don't know what causes that. It's weird. In fact, I'm pretty sure I have one in a cage right now. I'm kind of okay with it being a bug that exists because I think it's kind of funny. Like, it's one of those bugs that's like, it doesn't really bother me because I just think it's hysterical. I don't know why the dwarves do it. It's odd. It's an odd behavior, I guess. What mods will completely break saves? I don't know, but none of them should. I mean, you heard what I said, right? Any mod that is DF hack reliant requires DF hack compatibility in order for the mod to work, okay? So if you have modded things into the game using DF hack, and for some reason a patch breaks that DF hack compatibility, DF hack might break your save. However, race mods, that won't cause an issue. Like, literally will not cause an issue. Because the way Dwarf Fortress is built, right, is Dwarf Fortress is a structure for world generation, right? And then on top of that is a bunch of creature files that are added, right? And then on top of that is the UI and you play the game, right? So it's kind of modular in that way. So a normal Dwarf Fortress world, let's just say, has dwarves, elves, humans, and goblins. And then all the other races that are generated for that world that are randomly generated. So there's some random ones, and then there's those ones. If you just take another race and go, and then when they patch the game, they patch under here, it's not going to change what's in your world. It's not going to break anything. However, if you're using a mod that is actively editing what's going on in the game itself, like the Homestuck mod that Putnam made ages ago, or the Dragon Ball mod from a billion years ago, or like I said, the Rise of the Mushroom Kingdom mod, if you're using mods like that require active running DF hack, which is editing the game itself, something could break. But outside of that, which like I said, I don't think any of those mods have actually been updated for the current version. If you could have like 40 custom races in there and it shouldn't cause a problem. You could have like 200 extra items in there and it shouldn't cause a problem. You could have like Techids like pickles and pickling mod plus like 12 different I don't know, weapon mods and stuff, but like what they're patching isn't that. They're patching stuff underneath that. If they add things, like say they add items, right? To the game, it is possible, if not likely, that you won't have those new weapons in. So they're not doing this to my knowledge, but let's just say they add, well, I mean, we already have Halberds. I'm trying to think, what's a weapon we don't have in Dwarf Fortress right now? Let's just say they add cannons, which they're not doing. That's not a planned feature. But let's just say they add cannons, okay? None of your dwarves, and you patch the game, update your game, and keep playing your fortress. You probably wouldn't be able to build cannons. But aside from that, it's not going to break your save, right? You just won't have a feature that the game added. Like, I remember this became a problem for a while because there were certain people who had saves from like 2014, okay? And by 2019, they'd added a bunch of features that wouldn't be in your save unless you generated a new world, but they insisted on continuing to use those old saves. So there was whole mechanics and systems and things that they didn't have access to because they hadn't generated a new world yet. However, their save still works. That's the kind of thing that starts to happen eventually, but we're talking like over close to 10 years, right? In a short period of time, one patch, no, you can keep playing the same save generally. It's pretty rare that saves are broken. And if they are broken, it's like, okay, so my save doesn't have bowls in it. Or let's just say they add, I don't know, centaurs, which are something they've talked about for years. Your world wouldn't have centaurs in it because you'd have to generate a new world for that file to get into your next save, right? Stuff like that. I know Tarn has talked about like hot swapping worlds, but that would start breaking mods. That there are no tameable dragons in them? You know, honestly, I haven't looked, but possibly. I mean, like, I will say this. a world generated after dragon hatchlings probably has more dragons in it. If I had to bet. You know, like, right now, trolls are broken, right? Goblins are supposed to frequently attack you with trolls. Trolls are supposed to be tamed by goblins and attack the dwarves as part of goblin sieges. If they fix trolls in the next update, I'd be willing to bet, depending on what the fix is, worlds generated before that update won't get trolls attacking still. I'd be willing to bet, based on the way previous patches have worked, but your save won't break. No dragons and creature keepers? I have no idea how many dragons are even in this world. Like, because I haven't modded this save at all to, you know, add more dragons or anything. Dragons are still very rare. But if I find one, I will absolutely try and catch it. So, you know, like, it's stuff like that, right? There's a lot of question marks that I can't straight answer, but I'll tell you that your saves will work. But dragon hatchlings are a weird thing. I haven't seen a single dragon hatchling, so I don't know on that one. I would say maybe, but I don't know. I will also say, if you've been playing in a save for a whole year, it is more likely that every single dragon in your world is dead. Because every single world has a limited number of dragons, right? And by that, I mean like 4. So if you start a game and they don't already have like 24 baby dragons, you're never going to see a dragon likely because they'll all just die to something strange on the other side of the world. So a vulture attacked my dwarves while they were sitting here defending. That's kind of funny. I missed that entirely. Who got the vulture? The vulture is fighting. Flying steel bolt struck the vulture in the head, tearing the muscle. Headshot. Good shot, dwarves. Dwarves begin firing bolts, and here goes another round of goblins. Pretty solid training. Some of them go off to go get more ammo, and I think that's when I'll just send in the military. I need to make more ammo, which is part of the reason I'm trying to fix the coke problem. So I need to make steel bolts for my dwarves pretty badly. And there they go. That was quick. It's weird how back in the day in adventure mode you encounter dragons and now it's like Game of Thrones, there's 3 dragons flying somewhere. So I feel like I say this every single stream. I need to make a video on this. That's the thing I say every stream. And the thing that I feel that I say every stream is, or the thing that I need to make a video on is, there is a video right now called The Evolution of Dwarf Fortress. And it's more about like the aesthetics of Dwarf Fortress. I don't think it's a very good video. I mean, it's fine. It's pretty schlocky entertainment. I need to make a better version of that video. I also need to stop double clicking because I'm hitting the wrong thing. But I need to make a better version of that video. And what I want to do with it is I want to make a video that actually covers like major and minor mechanical changes from version to version. Because what I think people forget is when you say back in the day they used to run into dragons everywhere. Well, first off, it's way easier to find a dragon in adventure mode than it is in fortress mode. In fortress mode, you need a dragon to decide to attack you. And there has to be a dragon in the vicinity. So 1, there needs to be a dragon close enough to attack you. 2, the dragon needs to decide to attack you. Those 2 things need to happen. Otherwise, you will just never get attacked by a dragon. Now, the reason that that's a strange thing is dragons, like, reasoning for attacking a player fortress is fickle. Sometimes they just won't do it. And it also depends on the dragon and the personality of the dragon. So there's a lot of things that are really rare in Dwarf Fortress because the way that you actually encounter them is quite difficult, right? However, I had a side gig, which is now completed because I've recorded all the footage that they want for right now, which is I was recording footage for No Clip Video. So the people who make video game documentaries, Danny Dwyer and his crew, of Dwarf Fortress, because they've been working on a Dwarf Fortress documentary, right? So I took on a paid side gig for them recording footage. So part of the reason why my YouTube output has been slower over the past 2 months is because instead of like, spending 4 hours on a weekend making a YouTube video, I would spend 4 hours on a weekend playing version 34.11 and recording 4 hours of footage of Fortress mode and then 4 hours of footage of Adventure mode and then packaging that up and sending that off to them. So a lot of my YouTube time has gone into that recently, which has been great for me because it's an hourly gig and I'm happy to help them get that video done. That being said, what I've learned is a lot of the rose-tinted glasses of like remembering those versions vaguely is a lot different now. Because back in the day, like early 3D versions of Dwarf Fortress, and I'm talking like before the caverns, like before the world was super active, back when World Gen would die back as the world would die as World Gen ended, basically meaning nothing could expand, dwarves couldn't reproduce outside of your own fortress, and the world would just dwindle and die slowly. Like in that era, there was way fewer types of creatures. That's the only way to explain it. There was way fewer types of creatures. So you would embark and immediately see all of the creatures that everybody talks about, right? There was also way fewer types of embarks and way smaller differences between the types of embarks. Like, yeah, it would say untamed wilds and whatnot, but what did that actually mean? Child was found dead? Ooh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're having a tavern brawl. Or does somebody specific tantrum? We're having a bit of a tavern brawl, chat. Okay, I'm just gonna leave the game paused and finish my rant. There was way fewer things in the game, right? There was way fewer creatures in the game. Dragons dying off the same issue as pandas. The issue with dragons dying off is dragons are very weak and small when they're young. And at the beginning of World Gen, they're all very young. So dragons are very weak and small, which means they die in Legends usually. So no, pandas die off because they have no food. That's a different thing. But back in the day, you would settle, and let's just say you're settling on a good ocean, okay? Immediately you're going to see mermaids. You're almost guaranteed to immediately start seeing fairies and other fey creatures. And let's say you're also on a good biome on land, unicorns will walk onto the map immediately and your dwarves will start fighting with them and 4 of them will die, regardless of what type of, like, good biome it is. Has anybody here seen mermaids in this version of the game? I know they exist. Has anybody here seen mermaids? Another thing, if you settle on a haunted ocean, within like 90 seconds of me settling on an evil ocean, I had a sea monster. I've never seen a sea monster outside of version 34.11. Just period. I haven't seen it. I've never seen one. I know they exist. I know that you can find them. I see dwarves sometimes that like them. I've seen dwarves that have made statues of them. Mermaids are in the game, yes. Mermaids are in the game. If you used to settle on a volcano, within 30 seconds of settling on a volcano, you'd get attacked by magma men, firemen, and just any volcano. Doesn't matter the biome. And you'd start getting attacked by what's it called? Magma crabs. And like, you guys know how good I am at this game, right? I'm not incredible or anything, but I know my way around the mechanics. I can play the game. I couldn't successfully settle on... No, there isn't phoenixes. I couldn't successfully settle on a volcano in version 34.11. Just at all, period. Didn't matter the biome, didn't matter the type of biome. We'd just die immediately. I couldn't even get a wall up because stuff would just come out of the volcano and kill us every single time, without fail. There was no sprites. They were just ASCII images. Oh wait, are you talking about mermaids? Yeah, just go look them up on the wiki. You'll find them. Same with like the sea monsters. When it comes to things like Sasquatch, you settle on a forest, you see a Sasquatch instantly. I've seen one Sasquatch in this version. When it comes to older versions of the game, had less animals in them, so you would see the weird shit more often. The weird shit people talk about. Early versions of the game that had the caverns. The first time I hit the caverns, instantly I saw a cave dragon within like a couple of minutes. Like, does it make the game fair? No. Let's not talk about that, Arende, because it's one of the few pieces of controversy that was patched out of the game for reasons of making 4chan fuck off. So if you want to go Google that stuff, go nuts. Keep it out of my chat, please, Arende. So yeah, at the end of the day, there used to be so few things in this game that the more fantastical, weird things were much more common. And now we live in an era where there is so much mundane in this game the fantastical weird things are hard to find, which I think is kind of cool in a way. Like, there are practically cryptids in this game, and I made a video about those a while ago, which I then unlisted because I thought the video was bad when I rewatched it later. But we have stranglers. I've never seen a strangler outside of adventure mode. I've never seen one in fortress mode, and it's really cool that they exist. They live only in tropical rainforests that are the most dangerous, like the most evil. So the most haunted, it's the terrifying biomes. They only live in tropical rainforests that are terrifying. I've never seen one. I've settled on many tropical rainforests that are terrifying, but I've never encountered one. Okay, so the fighting seems to be cooling off a little bit. Somebody's in a martial trance. That's not good. Uh-oh. 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 Okay, let's take everybody off duty, guys. All right, this is gonna be rough. So I lost Salvador, Daddy, and Curry Boglin. Hospital's filling up. There's teeth everywhere. Lost Raging Cave, Scriprio, Ashir. It's one of, uh-oh. Running Block, Radbug. Rolf. Who isn't resting? It's not so bad. I'd say it's about 40% of the adults got injured. But we're going to lose a large portion of the population, I think. Prue, Le Musketeer, Black Rose, Bronwyn, Hiramisu, Kaz, MIRL, Neezer, Elray, Will WKM, Rare Candy. Okay. Clean patient. People are giving stitches. Mayor's okay, so that's good. Yeah, Baka Glass died in there. Well, we have a water source. Are you dead, Pulo? I mean, I kind of wish your dwarf was dead. Because you've been causing problems. Nope, you are alive. You didn't even get injured in this. I also lost Kess, my human visitor. I'm not entirely sure what started that whole fight. I also haven't seen any crimes being reported. Now, so that must have just been a tavern brawl. Stupid Bolt's leader is dead. Some migrants have arrived. Well, people want dwarves, let me know. But, they're getting a new migrant wave. Everyone had beef. There was definitely a tantrum that went off. It probably started from that. You are leading an armor smithing demonstration in A-OK, Taff. Baka, your dwarf just died. I'm not going to pick your dwarf until another day. Silver Falcon. So please do us all a favor and don't ask constantly, Baka, until I guess next week. She lives an orderly life, organized and neat, and has a noticeable lack of perseverance, does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, can handle stress, is moved by art and natural beauty, is troubled by this, and she dislikes the natural world, and likes a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, is often cheerful, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. And here's hoping that you know how to be a doctor a little bit. Dreams of raising a family and personally sees the attainment of and preservation of knowledge as an offensive enterprise engaged by arrogant fools. Values eloquence and sees no point in holding back emotions and holding back complaints and concealing emotions, and dreams of raising a family. I'm sure you'll get along great with my librarians. Next up, we have this dwarf. Ironically, my population limit is set to 270, so we haven't even come close to that. We've had space for a while. Tygo, you are currently no job, you're not injured, and you didn't get caught up in that brawl from the looks of things. Ranger Rick, did you survive? You did, in fact, survive. Yes, you are still alive. NYCTEK. You are married to our friend here, Silver Falcon, by the way. So, congratulations to the happy couple.
Happy birthday.
Dr. K Blue or Dr. Blue. Blue Shadow, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Welcome back. Or a 4th month. It's not my birthday, but that's very kind of you. I'm sure it's somebody's birthday. Happy birthday if it's your birthday and you're watching right now. Pursues matters with a single-minded focus, often overlooking other matters. He doesn't generally think before acting, and he accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands, even if minor difficulties arise. And he is rarely moved to mercy. And we're in an ad break now, so I'm gonna wait. Also, hey, holy spokes. Good to see you. But yeah, I realize that that's like a weird ramble, but when it comes to like how the game is mechanically changed, they've added a lot of things to this game. But in a game where they've added a lot of things to, it makes some of the cool things harder to find, unless you specifically know how to look for them. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing because it leads to way more options for player choice and how the player plays and what kind of forts the player can run. But I think it can also lead to some frustration for people who want the more fantastical weird shit. It's a militia commander if you've ever seen one. I haven't read the whole thing yet. All right. Ads should be pretty much done for everybody. He purses over matters with a single-minded focus, often looking other matters, doesn't generally think before acting. He accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. He doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise, and he lives at a slow-going and a leisurely pace. He is a friendly individual, and he generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and he has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He has a tense sense of duty, and he has little interest in joking around, and he tends to experience he tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and he could be considered rude. No, not a captain of the guard, or not a militia captain. Personally dislikes cooperation and doesn't particularly respect commerce and does not care about fairness. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He's a member of the doctrines of judging and not musical. And has bad kinesthetic sense. Yeah, definitely not a military dwarf. Next up is Safe Keeps. Safe Keeps, you have a lot of family in this fort, and most of them are no longer with us, except Quendelf is still alive, so that's good. Your younger half-sister, Quendelf, is alive. Same with with your niece, as well as one of your cousins. Make that 2 of your cousins, 3 of your cousins. Elfie's still alive. Yeah, but not brave, doesn't want to master his skill, doesn't value cooperation. Nah, not good. No mercy is a good trait, but that's not the end-all be-all. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and he is quite polite. He is quite ambitious, and he often acts with compassion. He occasionally overindulges, and he is pleased by his own appearance and talents. He tends to assume that the worst of 2 outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he rarely feels discouraged. He is slow to anger, and he prefers to present himself modestly. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and can handle stress. See, that's a more important trait, in my opinion, handling stress. And he inhales sharply when he's angry, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally sees the denial of impulses as vain and foolish pursuit. Thinks friendship is important and finds romance distasteful, and sees introspection as important. Welcome to the fortress. Yeah, about that. Oh man, sorry. Too Light. You had a dwarf previously, didn't you? And they did die, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, they did. So this is Too Light, the sequel. One of these days, I'll actually figure out what your name splits out to. It's gotta be a name, right? It's the second dwarf with this name. She has a relentless drive, completely consumed by ambition. She is very comfortable around others that are different from herself, and she is slow to anger. She's a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things, doesn't often feel envious of others, and does not easily develop negative feelings, generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, dreams of raising a family, and personally has a great deal of respect for worthy craftsmanship and values a harmonious existence. That one could work in the military, but is clumsy. Two bands smashed together. Too Light Spongled? Yeah, I don't know. It feels like it's multiple words mashed together, that's for sure. How about you? Drovian, did you have a dwarf previously? You are, in fact, still alive. Very happy. Yes. Harvesting planties. All right. Gives us a decent little squatty. This dwarf would do okay in the military, I think. Although he doesn't handle stress well, but that's okay. Let's just go with... ranged effectiveness is what I want. You can... Big Bang is now the commander of the stupid bolts, and... How do you spell that name? M-O-R-U-L. O-R-U-L. Also, apparently this miner's a proficient marks dwarf, so I'll just chuck them in there. Poor empathy. Yeah, you'll do great. Get into the military, Unib. Perfect. You are, in fact, married, yes. Lamb and a cat arrive. Somebody brought dinner. That's very thoughtful of them. Right, well, so the full list of named casualties were Curry Boglin, Salvadaddy, Raging Cave Ashir, Scripio, Radbug, Running Rock, Rolf, Rymoon, and Black Rose Bronwyn, which was one of my military dwarves, which sucks. Prue Prue and the Musketeer, as well as Hiramisu, Kazumirel, Baka Glass, Neezer, Will WKM, this font's hard to read in this color, Elray 7, and Rare Candy. What happened? From what I could tell, either a tavern brawl or a fist fight of some sort. Okay, well, let's use this opportunity to open this gate. Open this gate. Open this door. Once this gate opens, I will remove the burrow and let them go out. Snail's still growing strong, yes. Also really need to go down here and dig out more tombs. Because I was going to make this area into like a crypt. Because I thought that would be a cool spot for here. But obviously I haven't gotten around to it fully. Also a good way to use up boulders, but... Most of these are probably going to end up in the upper one, but if they end up going down here, that's okay as well. We got here and so many people died. Yep, certainly happened. Well, right now there's the hospital's just busy. And it appears that, you know, we're not currently making soap from tallow, but I think we can start. Nope, I'm assuming we would need ash, if I had to guess, or lye. But currently, what do we have? Yeah, currently we are out of soap, but we do have buckets, powder for casts, crutches, splints, cloth, and threads. So we're in a, this hospital's pretty well stocked outside of that. I also need to throw some more tables into here pretty badly, which I do actually have a bunch of tables up. I'm going to deconstruct this table just for aesthetic purposes, and then just give them a bunch of copper tables. Also put some extras over here. Howdy, Big Bang. You got a promotion. You're now a militia captain. Just an FYI. This is considered part of the hospital. Oh, that sucks. Well, I should remove that in the future. This dwarf is real greedy because they've got a full cabinet. Nothing in their chest, though. Don't know exactly. I guess this is probably Cathode's bedroom. Making sure that all the doctors are still in here, which I think they are. Yep. Yep. Hot Rod and Killer Spud. Sweet. All of the medical dwarves are, in fact, waiting there. Let's just go to minecarts. Just gonna make sure that all of the minecarts are forbidden. The reason I'm doing this is because it'll lower the number of hauling jobs I have exponentially. So we can get these bodies buried and also these tables constructed. Yeah, I think it's 156 items. I'm pretty sure it's 156 items for cabinets. Basically, it's one of the arguments for making bigger bedrooms so that you can give the older dwarves who've been in the fortress longer to, you know, you can give dwarves who've been in the fortress longer a reward for existing, I guess, by giving them more furniture. You don't need permission to post a link, just post it. But if you want to share pictures of your pets, I recommend using my Discord. There's a room in the Discord called Pet Pics, and it's for what you think it is. Pictures of your pets. So if you have pet pics, feel free to share pictures of your pets there. Let's just double check to make sure that none of my doctors are injured. I don't think they got injured, but... Uh-oh. Okay, so half of my doctors are in fact injured. Evaluated. Okay, so they are getting evaluated. So, because I don't have doctor specific, it's just all my best doctors are not currently. No, scratch that. Most of my doctors are injured right now. I mean, my surgeon isn't. My 2 surgeons aren't, so I guess that's good. Basically what this means is I need to assign more doctors, which I kind of don't want to do. Mako, are you injured? Yep, you are. Although on the bright side, I am seeing other dwarves doing the tasks, so I guess that's good. Equipment. Okay, so I need a bone doctor because I've got a lot of apply cast jobs and nobody's doing them. So I need somebody who isn't currently injured who can be a temporary bone doctor because Hot Rod Ricky and Satarab are both injured. Bobtron is an adequate bone doctor. Are you injured? Bobtron is not injured. Okay. But yeah, if you want to just share an imager link, just state what the imager link is. But I probably won't open it just on principle. There you go. Set bone. That's what I need to see. Just running around resetting everybody's bones. They're all just sitting there screaming in pain. Because I have to fix enough of these problems so that they can put these bodies in tombs. How many people are actually setting bones? It's literally just the one. Okay, so I need like 2 bone doctors basically. I don't know if Chad is hurt. Chad Broski? Okay, Chad Broski's injured. So you're a waste. What else do we have? In Selena? Okay, Sama's good. There you go. Yeah, that's what I was worried about with the miasma kicking in. Apply cast, that's what I need to see. Okay, so we can check what other tasks need to be done. Apply cast is going off. Set bone, apply cast, set bone, apply cast. It's like if they just have broken legs, largely, stitches can be done by anybody. Surgery, I'm not sure. Let's assign a new surgeon. Let's give it to Psychotrop. I don't know if you're hurt. Psychotrop is hurt, so that's useless. Go with the next one on the list. It's a diagnoser that's useless. Oh, and I need surgeon. Shutterbug, we'll try you. Dabbling or otherwise, it's what we got. If it's what we got, it's what we got. Okay, so Shutterbug. Go give water. Why do I keep hitting R? I think it's because I've started using E and C and I keep hitting R. Okay, so there's not a lot of surgeries that need doing. I guess it's just like setting bones, applying casts and setting bones. Yeah, it's a lot of clean patients, dress wounds, which dwarves are doing. So all of these dwarves are currently doing doctoring things. They're recovering wounded, dressing wounds, cleaning patients. And then after that, they need to set bones. Once they're done setting bones, Somebody needs to be put in traction. A bunch of dwarves need water, which is getting done slowly. Kids are helping with that. And then we have to apply casts. So it's a process. It's funny, I often just make fish cleaners doctors at the start if nobody has skill in doctoring, because I think it's funny. It's just a funny idea that, like, oh yeah, no, the guy that's cleaned a fish once definitely is going to be useful for, like, you know, that sort of thing. Okay, there we go. There's a lot more activity now. Bobtron's just going around applying casts left and right, which is what we want to see. At least he's satisfied at work. I mean, it can't be that different, right? Yeah, 2 dwarves conducting meetings. I want to make these fancier, chat, which is going to make these take longer, but I probably shouldn't make these fancy, so. Instead of making these fancy, I will not click the wrong button 4 times in a row. I'll click the right button and then the other right button. And then I will go into here and we're just going to do crypt style, 2 per. Decorate it with teeth. That's kind of gross, and also I'm pretty sure you can't use dwarven teeth, so I would have to use animal teeth. But I don't even have a manager right now, dude. Taff Jaff, you've got a promotion. You are now my manager. All right, well, we now have that job filled again. What time is it here? It's 12:30. Shoutouts to Bobtron, who's kind of the MVP right now. Let's see, have any of my other doctors gotten up? There we go. Okay, so Insulina's doing her thing as well. Shutterbug's not being super helpful, but hey. Yeah, okay, so like most of them are just like unconscious, moderate blood loss. Needs cleaning, needs cleaning and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 casts. It's like this dwarf got hit by a bus. Oh. Suddenly I need a doctor's guild. Don't I have one? Isn't this a doctor's guild? Yeah, I do. I guess I just need to increase the value of this slightly. That's very funny. It's like everybody's gotten enough doctoring experience from this one fight that suddenly I need a doctor's guild. We also didn't get traders this year. Boo! All right, well. Put some pedestals in there. Let's put some bookcase, a bookcase, because that's what I got up here. Let's add some chairs. And some tables. And that should increase the value quite a bit. Okay, so all of my tombs must be full. Just gonna assume that. Shoutouts to the one miner I have who did all of this by himself. Yamaheiser literally did all of that digging work by himself. Sitting around with a fracture waiting to be set? Oh, no, absolutely. Like, their annoyance is 100% justified. I also get the feeling that Glass Half Empty started all this. At least that's the feeling I get. Cool, cathode is up and moving. That being said, cathode is just a diagnoser, so not the most useful at this given moment. Allow you to do other tasks for a bit. Yeah. Make you slightly more useful. Yeah, no, we lost about 30 dwarves, I think. We gained about 8. Because we were at, what, 207? We went down to, like, 180-something, and then back up to 189. It wasn't a huge migrant wave. Or maybe we were at 203, I don't know. We were at 2-something. Just to prove that. I mean, the actual issue here is just that, okay, you know what? It's time to take matters into my children's hands. Labor. Standing orders, chores. It's going to allow kids to do everything. Well, I mean, I think them hanging around this is probably more traumatizing than just helping us clean up. So, the trauma's already been done. I'm just gonna see if I can get them to put some bodies away and help a little bit more. What I could also do is I could go out here and I could make a corpse pile, just until we get these bodies put away. Or until I can get those tombs set up so I can get these bodies put away. But I do think that should get it started. Slowly. But currently, so many items need to go into stockpiles. So many buildings that need to be constructed too. But first, all the dump item and everything needs to be done. I'm gonna go use the toilet. I will be right back and then we'll figure out what we're gonna do. Hi, Elfie. I'm not getting the sandwich. That is false information. Okay, well, let's see if we can just get these bodies put away. I think what I'm going to do is turn the burrow back on. Just remove the number of jobs they are capable of doing. And also just remove a lot of the other alternative jobs that they could be trying to queue up. Because I would much rather they aren't doing most of these tasks and instead are hauling or doing other related things. You're going to start a new fort? Cool. Your second fort ever? You going to start in the same world or a new world? Okay, everybody on off duty. Checking the doctoring jobs. Dwarves are actively applying casts. More dwarves are doing other things. Place in traction is something that needs to be done. Okay, so since I've got other dwarves standing up again, I'm gonna do this. You are moving. You are in. You're one of my temporary doctors. I'm going to move you to this task. Okay. Cathode is still down. Popliope, you're up and moving. Let's add Popliope to the militia captain to the doctoring group. Shutterbug wasn't doing much. Okay, let's see what Pop does. And just go apply casts. Yeah, it's literally just apply casts is all that we need. So let's just chuck a couple more doctors into here. Theo, sure. I don't know how many of these are standing, but I can go in and remove them after the fact. Tafchaff, we'll throw you in there. Even though you're already my manager. Queuing green tea as well. I don't know how many of these are injured, but I will remove them afterwards. Want them to prioritize applying casts, basically. Playing on a laptop while on vacation. Ah, yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, no, there is no Steam Clouds. I often give the military medical jobs, or at the very least orderlies, because they're pretty good at it usually. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I'm not sure why they are not removing those bodies. It's got to just be so many injuries. It's got to just be that. I'm going to play in a more dangerous biome? Gotcha. Well, I mean, especially if you're on vacation. Like, I don't know how long your vacation is, and if you have a separate computer, then, you know, you're benefited by doing sillier things. Maybe they like the new decor. They like the new decor, yeah. Definitely. They appreciate the more rustic elements of the new look of the fortress. Hold on a second. You actually giving water? I need to confirm this. Grab a bucket. Oh, and then no drop. Okay, so I need to do a thing. Fix dry buckets. I have a feeling we have a problem with buckets. Because they, for some reason, are incapable of getting stuff at this... Oh. Uh-oh. Well, actually dry. Yep, the well is dry. Okay, well, I need to pull this lever, like, now. I also kind of need to open up the caverns, otherwise I'm going to have even more deaths. Everybody who's currently in the hospital is going to die if I don't pull this lever. Hmm. Let's actually open up major problem situation. Let's prep for the worst. There we go. It's already filling again. I can see the bucket going down and up. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to make an emergency water location. I'm going to dig down to here. This is kind of dangerous, but if somebody decides to dig this out, this would be a really useful spot where we're guaranteed to get water faster. Killer Spud's been found dead. Infections are setting in because I was not able to give water. There we go. Look at all the doors giving water now. Are they successfully giving water, though? Okay, so you are not hauling a bucket currently. You run down here. Okay. It still takes so long for them to fill it, though. I'm also going to go here and go to bucket. Just make sure none of them are forbidden, because I was seeing some forbidden buckets. Forbidden bucket is a funny sentence. Funny selection of words to say. So I have to wait for the bucket to go down and then come back up. So yeah, that's why literally nothing was getting done, was because they were all trying to give water. Well, let's just open this up then. That's because that's not the issue. Sounds like an artifact. Which part? The well? Shit. Oh, the forbidden bucket. Yeah, kinda. A magical forbidden bucket. All water put in this bucket instantly turns to vomit. It's a horrible bucket. Nobody likes it. The gross bucket of awfulness. Or whatever. Well, this dwarf is having a rough time for some reason. Okay, fuck it. I'm just going to tempt fate here. It's going to allow them to run underground and use the underground area, because they ain't digging this. They need to, they can just go down there. Look at them all. So the question is how long until we end up fighting with cavern creatures? Oh god, and they're also... Okay, so let's just check this. Give water. Okay, so... Because the bucket has to go all the way down and then all the way back up. Which takes a few turns. See? Like this. That's why it's taking so long, because each person has to put the bucket down and then pull the bucket up. So now another dwarf gets to walk away with it. And in order to successfully apply casts, they need water. Setting up in Joyous Wilds. If the world has any of them. This world actually has some Joyous Wilds. It's been a long time since I played Joyous Wilds. Let's also check construct building. Okay, so we are constructing those coffins, which is what we needed to do. I'm very upset that we lost Killer Spud, by the way. Just throwing that out there. I liked that dwarf a lot. Also, I'm pretty sure Killer Spud was one of my medical dwarfs, wasn't he? Also, I need to make 3 maces. Awesome. Sure. Totally. Definitely. Silver mace. Yes, you can turn off the wilderness effects. They also changed them a while ago to make them way less constant and to vary them up more. Burial, let's see. 26 tombs. Most of these are gonna get dwarves in. There we go. We've got dwarves placing items in tomb. Nivek is getting to it. Oh, I absolutely need a better well. No, 1000%. It would be worth it. I very much have needed to do that for a while. I just haven't had the chance, really, because not gonna lie, but that well works mostly. And in case you didn't realize it, I suppose, we're getting attacked a lot. Makes it kind of hard to do things. But yeah, I should make a better well situation. This was not intended to be my only forever well. I just did it this way because it was quick, easy, and convenient. And in case of emergency, it works generally. And I also hadn't realized that it had dried up. And if it hadn't dried up, it wouldn't have been a problem to get from the get-go. If a body is available and a tomb is available that has the option of like citizen selected, they will just automatically assign them. You can also manually assign them if you want. Okay, so I will remove that water source over here and give them this one instead. This will be safer than them running into the caverns. Although sometimes, Walnut, they will assign a dwarf to a coffin whose body was either destroyed or is completely inaccessible, so you'll end up with coffins that have nothing assigned, and you'll still get ghosts appearing. And I've had people get, like, state that they're frustrated about this. It's like, well, there might be, like, a part of the dwarf, like their arm or a tooth or something that's, like, stuck in a tree somewhere that the dwarves don't have access to, so it doesn't matter that technically you set it up correctly if the dwarves can't get to it, if that makes any sense. Let's pause this as a area so that they will just use this instead down here. Which it appears that they are. Half your base was murdered by a dragon. That's a pretty good way to go. That when you make slabs? Yeah. It's when you have to make slabs. All craftsmanship is of the most horrid quality. It is encircled with bands of ringworm and oozing pus. I'm good. I don't need to read any more of that. I can tell that you got carried away. I don't want to know anything more about your goddamn forbidden bucket. For me, the forbidden bucket is just, there's a hole in the bucket, dear Liza, there's a hole in the bucket, I say. That's where my brain went, and I prefer where my brain went than where your brain went. So, yeah. That's all I have to say. I appreciate this email I got from a place that sells mushroom spores. Get cultured! I agree. I think this was also the first, like, big brawl we've had in this fort. Zassit, the armorer, was found dead? Oh, God knows how long ago. Unless they were literally just fighting. Oh, they were. Who were they fighting with? Oh. Somebody tantrumed. Well, that's a shame. Shake Break tantrumed. Witnessed by Salty Tempest. Tisk. This is gonna recover, or require some recovery time, I think. Oh, for fuck. Too Late, the sequel is dead. You were killed by the Lie Maker. Well, I'm not seeing here. Okay, you were also killed by Shake Break. Yeah. Out here. Okay, so also it appears like it's kind of happening again. You're in the Mountains of Rage. All right, that's it. You are officially fired. Considering you've killed a bunch of my dwarves, in fact. 3 of them. In the last few seconds. You're also going to go to prison for quite some time, I hope. So you can think about your mistakes and deeds. Cotwall, there goes another one. Assuming that's the same one. I will go down here and we will place more tombs, because turns out most of these are full already, and there's still a lot of bodies. Didn't really want to do it this way, but unfortunately I'm left with very little choice. But getting killed themselves, standing up to go give them a beating and then keeling over dead. Fortunately, when dwarves get given beatings, they don't generally fight back unless it makes them go enraged, which is kind of uncommon. Let's queue up those extra 33 tombs. Literally hauling corpses. Yeah, we need to stabilize this fort. This is gonna be tough. Bring out your dead! Yes. Also, hey Beefcake, what's up, dude? And Pepin. Where's the Dwarven Tooth Fairy? I would get a lot of individual Dwarven coins. Although maybe we are the Dwarven Tooth Fairy based on how many, like, coins I have in this fort. Alright, well, the game's telling me I have enough tombs, so that's a good thing. There are a lot of bodies being put into tombs, so I will just wait until all of the... Where is it? Not dump item. Place item in tomb. All of these tasks, once all of the queued up place item and tomb tasks are done, we should be good. Currently, it's mostly being completed by children, but hey, I'll set them back to their more ethical tasks once all of this is done. I don't really have much of an option at this exact moment. Turns out it's rather difficult. Captain of the Guard, beat up, Shake Break, punched him a bunch. That's good. Because most of the adults currently are busy taking care of the wounded, but the wounded numbers are dropping very rapidly now. Most of the dwarves are no longer wounded, so I think we are. Once I sorted out the well issue, it seems to be sorting itself out quite a bit, which is good. I mean, that's why I gave them the job, right? Walnut? Like, even as a temporary thing, because it was like, well, I know that no other dwarves are gonna be able to get this done in time, so I have to make somebody do it. I think you're still alive, Nodokasa. Yep. Still alive. You're actually quite happy now. You're no longer stressed, oddly enough. You really like your new career. You've also stopped tantruming. You've also stopped being depressed. You really like your new career as a scholar. We fixed you, basically. We did, in fact, fix you. Also, just a heads up, chat. It's 10 minutes to 1 p.m. At 3:30 this afternoon, so in a couple hours here, I'm going to be going on a 15-minute break. So if you maybe go AFK for a little bit and you come back and I'm gone and I don't kind of seem to be coming back, it's because I have a phone call doctor's appointment. So turns out people watching this stream would much rather have me leave briefly for 15 minutes and keep the stream going, do a longer stream overall, than, just calling it a day when I get the phone call. So it should only take 10 to 15 minutes. It won't be very long. But I will be taking a bit of a break this afternoon, which is rare for me. Normally my lunch breaks are like 60 seconds. I think I've taken toilet breaks that are longer than my lunch breaks. I don't know. I think that human mental state can shift from day to day, depending on how one is feeling. So I think it highly depends on the person. Walnut bag. Did you see my walnuts short or something? Thank you for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you. Can I get a round of beers for the brand new Prime subscription? And thank you very much for the monies. It does actually help me do this full time. I'm lucky I do okay, but at the end of the day, I wouldn't be able to do this as a job if people didn't, show up, chuck out gifts and bits and tips and help out with subscriptions and whatnot. I just straight up wouldn't be able to have this job if it wasn't for people like you. So thanks, chat. As I slowly start to unforbid the jobs and get things going back to normal. You like my YouTube? You got me into DF? Well, hell yeah, dude. Happy to help. There we go. Get all of these minecarts unforbidden. Apparently we found more steel coins. Just unforbidding all of these jobs. It's time to get work going again. When I become a millionaire, I will hold you to that promise, Venus. Shout outs to this kid. Doing the important work. All right, so how are we doing on put item in tomb? I'm no longer seeing many put item in tomb jobs, so it's literally just like this. It's a few more tasks for putting items in tombs. So that means that most of the bodies have been dealt with. Yeah, it's Raging Cave currently getting put away. Okay, so now that we've done that, I'm going to go back to labor, standing orders, chores. Remove all of these, and I'll go down the list and re-add them. Feed, patients and prisoners, burial, don't want them doing, obviously. I do want them item hauling. I want them operating levers. They can water haul too. And they can do trade good hauling. That's fine. Okay, so kids' number of tasks should drop dramatically now. Shake Break is going to prison. But I'm not entirely sure why you're just standing there, but my captain of the guard isn't moving. And Taft Chaff, the manager. What? Oh, for fuck. I don't even see any combat here. I don't know what killed Quendelf there. In fact, they're not even here right now. So something caused Quendelf to die, and I'm not sure what. I'm also not even sure whose body it or where the body went, but Quendelf is dead. So rest in peace, Quendelf. Bloody shame that. You know, I'll just say this out loud because I find it a little silly. Whenever people are just like, when I'm a millionaire, I will give you this amount of money. If you want to help this stream, don't wait until you're a millionaire. And don't give me money. If you don't have money, that's totally fine. If you want to help the stream and you don't have the financial means to support the stream in literally every other way you can, which is talking in chat, liking the YouTube stream, idling in the YouTube stream and the Twitch stream, sharing stuff on media that is of the social variety, telling friends, pointing other people at where they can find the stream, sharing my tutorials, leaving likes on new YouTube videos, commenting on YouTube videos. All of that stuff, to a degree, in some ways, is almost more helpful. And it spares you the annoyance of sounding like an odd person when you're just like, or it spares me the annoyance of having somebody say, I would help you if I was very, 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 very rich. Vast majority of the money I've made over the years has not been from people who are very, 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 very rich. The vast majority of the support I've gotten has been in very small amounts. So large tips are cool, but the vast majority of the money I make comes from smaller portions of money, not large portions of money. So I think you need to remember that. Because pretty quickly you're kind of devaluing your own statement, because you might as well say, I'm literally never going to give you money, is what you're actually saying, which is okay. And if you don't want to, you shouldn't. However, why the hell do you need to say that? It's just such a weird thing to say. Fact of the matter is, the vast majority of the people who say, when I'm a millionaire, are not going to become a millionaire. And you're crazy if you think you are. Streamer likes small tips. I mean, that's not what I'm saying, but okay. Hey, Martin and Roomba. To be here and be here, yes. What's up, Athoric? How's things? I haven't seen Diamond yet today, so can't actually tell you what the current state of the Gremlin campaign is. Good lord, we've got so much used clothes that need to go away now. Glass half empty is throwing a tantrum. All right, well, we are making coke from coal pretty consistently. We are also making steel bars. We're also making charcoal. Wuggy McWuggy, what up? What uppy? Thank you very much for the $1. Appreciate you. Doors haven't changed. How you go? Although, I will say, I saw a troll topple a door that was locked. But because trolls still don't show up as part of sieges, it's still kind of a non-starter. I'm just gonna read this because I think it's petty and kind of funny to read out loud. My cousin flipped a $2 million house. He spent $200,000 refurbishing it and bought it for $1.5 million. He made a profit of $300,000 on it. I just have to do that 3 times in 1 year to become a millionaire. Okay. So why the fuck are you watching my stream then? Get on with it. God damn it. Quit wasting your time. If it's that easy and that simple and that attainable, why haven't you done it yet? The fuck? What are you, some lazy kind of beanus? Why are you in my chat? Go be a millionaire. Go get rich. Come on. I'm waiting. You're gonna give me $1,000 afterwards, as soon as you become a millionaire. So go do it. We're all waiting. It's the start of the new year. Perfect time to start. Get on it. The fuck? Go get rich. You use lazy little twat magnet? Get at it. Come on. Wasting everybody's time here. I'm waiting for my $1,000, damn it. Or, you know, don't say shit like, I'm going to give you $1,000 when I'm a millionaire. Could have already started the mortgage process. Exactly. You could have had multiple meetings at the bank. I'm goofing, but like, you know. It's just a small loan of $1.7 million, penis. Get it. Just go ask your dad. Just go ask your cousin even for a small loan of $1.7 million. Thanks for the 95 pens. Appreciate you. Bleeding gums. Someone else doesn't floss enough. I know. No, I just think it's really funny when people say stuff like that. It's just like, I can't not mock it. I'm sorry. It means a lot. It's all good, bleeding. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Steel bars. We have 70 currently. So let's make... Slowly start unforbidding. Kind of wish it would show canceled jobs. I mean, actually, most of these are not manually queued up, so I could just do this. Yeah, none of these are manually queued up. The manager will just reinstate all these jobs. Set everybody to no orders.
Heading out for the
Cancel all
SpaceX
other
launch.
orders.
See you in about an hour.
Are you gonna go see you're gonna go watch a rocket launch? Enjoy it. Cheers. Hopefully there's no fireworks. Considering you spend most of your workday staring at a video of a plane parked, we all have stupid things to do. Fair enough. Ah, so your cousin should be in prison then. Got it. Got it, got it. Got it. Cool penis. If you're dealing in cash, that doesn't make you immune to taxes. That makes you immune to taxes until they catch you. And they will. Trust me. It's just a matter of time. They will. I have a question. Once a cast has been made, can it be reused? I never thought about this. Nice, your cousin committed a felony. Yeah, there you go. I mean, plenty of people commit felonies and don't get caught, but not only does your cousin committed a felony, but your cousin committed a pretty major felony, and you are bragging about it on the internet. Like, think about that for a second. How do you think your cousin would feel? Your millionaire cousin. You're sitting in... No, I'm talking about in the game, not in IRL. I know they can't be reused in real life. I don't know about in video game. That's where my brain was thinking. But so not only did your cousin commit a felony, but you are bragging about how you would do a thing for me, which is very kind of you, when you're a millionaire. By bragging about the felony your cousin committed. I'm not saying you should think about words you say before words are said, but maybe you should play Turnip Boy Commits Tax Evasion. That's all I'm suggesting. Start looking through real estate transactions to... You're a former prosecutor? Really? Oh, that's interesting. So if I ever end up in a situation, maybe I could get legal advice from Twitch chat. Don't ever do that. Oh, that is actually interesting. I'm mostly just like taking the piss here. I personally, if you want to like try and get away with paying as little legal fees as possible for doing a thing, I mean, more power to you, I suppose. But I will make fun of the fact that you're bragging about it because I do find that very funny. Mostly chucking out a lot of socks right now. Okay, so what are most of these bodies? There are teeth. Are things still getting put in tombs? I'm gonna work under the assumption that none of this stuff is important enough to go into a tomb, or the dwarves who own these teeth that got knocked out are all dead. I'm gonna set all this stuff to be dumped and delete this stockpile. Yeah, also, isn't that like... I don't know the proper name for the crime, but like not telling people about a crime that you've discovered is a crime. Especially if it's a serious crime. So if like you're aware that your cousin has committed like tax evasion felony and you're not saying anything about it, that in and of itself is a crime, isn't it? You're sure he's doing it? You just stated he doesn't pay taxes. That's illegal. Because he's dealing in cash, which is legal. But if you don't report your income, that's illegal. So the way you said that he's getting around paying taxes because he deals in cash. Okay. That's fine. That you're dealing in cash. What's not fine is not reporting your income. That's illegal. Right? So the act of not paying taxes in and of itself is illegal. There's ways to get out of paying full taxes. As somebody who currently owes just under $30,000 Canadian, I have multiple meetings with banks in the next like 2 weeks with 2 different banks to talk to them about what kinds of accounts I should open so that I don't need to pay as much in taxes, which will probably save me $6,000 or $7,000. If I steal a balloon on National Free Balloon Day. Is that a thing? National Free Balloon Day? That seems terrible for the atmosphere. But what the heck is National Free Balloon Day? Is this like Free Comic Book Day? Is it a SpongeBob bit? I mean, I don't know. In the US, you could live in a residence for 2 years, and then any income from the real estate sale would not be taxable. However, Canadian law would be very different. I don't honestly know the exact details. My knowledge of this begins and ends with didn't pay taxes because win in cash. I'm like, that's not legal. What province am I in? I'm British Columbia, BC. Greater Vancouver area. Someone's looking up how much I made last year, I think. Which is okay. That's fine. It was, after all, the best year of my life, and I don't think I will ever make more money than that. And the vast majority of the money I made last year was in December, January, February. I mean, business taxes are, I don't know about personal, you know what, I'll be completely honest, I've never looked into it, Rovan. I don't care personally. I mean, like, I'm pretty open about the amount of money I make as long as it's not basically, if somebody tunes into my stream and it's their first time ever watching and they say, how much did you make last year? I'm going to tell them to fuck off. If you are somebody who's been around for a while and you ask how much I made last year, I'll tell you pretty, like, estimated numbers. I just don't like answering it as the first question I answer to somebody because, believe it or not, people pop into my stream every now and then. You're like, how much money do you make doing this? And I'll be like, because I don't know who the fuck you are. Technically, the thing is, I'm a gray area, right? I'm a private business that isn't incorporated, so I'm self-employed. So I have private business taxes. So I don't know. I need to look into that. At some point, I might need to become incorporated, but not quite yet. I don't make enough consistently to do that. I made enough last year, but I need to do that for multiple years. All right. Okay, so I'm no longer seeing dwarves surrounding the well, which is a good thing. So I'm going to go down here, actually, and I'm going to add a bridge going up this way, just one boulder, and it's going to be connected to the same lever as this one. So basically, when I open this up, if the well stops working, then we get access to this, is the way this is going to go. If I make 60% of the amount I made last year, it'll be double what I made. Or if I make 60% of what I made last year, it would be double what I made the year before last year, and I'm okay with that. I don't see myself hitting what I made last year ever again, because Dwarf Fortress is only going to launch on Steam once, and unless adventure mode matches the amount of traffic I got from the original launch, I do not see that happening a second time. Just told them to pull the lever. Well, it's not actually what I want them to do. I want you to link the lever to this, and then pull it. Canceled the Strange Moon Wind Saint. I didn't even see your question, so I hadn't read it yet, rather. Link. Or there will definitely be a traffic increase. I don't think I will have 2,000 concurrent viewers for 2 weeks straight, which is what I had back in December. I don't think my income is public record, but I'm not 100% certain, Gordon, is the simple version. Is it possible to farm a Silk Titan indefinitely? Yes, and there's multiple different designs to do it. The general easiest one is to trap the Silk Titan in here, dig a room here, make this into fortifications. So you use this job to do that before it's trapped in here, by the way. Put a drawbridge here, and then put an animal here. And then when you want to collect it, raise the drawbridge and then send a dwarf in. Or alternatively, what you could do is you could put make this thinner, so about this wide. Put an animal here, okay? And then have an open space here that goes down one with a retracting drawbridge. And then you set up something like a minecart going in a circle so that the drawbridge periodically drops down, and then the 4 or 5 levels down where the dwarves don't see the creature above, they can run in and just grab the webs. So yes, you can absolutely do that. Although I will say there is a weird bug with Forgotten Beast or Titan webs right now where you can't sell clothing or trade clothing that was made by Forgotten Beasts. I don't know why that is, but it shouldn't be that way. They need to fix that. Nope, they didn't kill Joy. The other thing that I would like to do is I would just like to make a stockpile for bars. It's gonna be, so I don't actually have a bars stockpile right now. Basically just metal bars. Don't need other materials or anything, just metal bars. You're on your last jar of salsa. That's how I felt when I hit my last jar of sauerkraut. I still have about half of my hot sauce left, so my 2 liters of hot sauce seems like a good spot. Venus, I have a question. Do you understand the concept of take the L and move on? Because you said something that I thought was silly, which is fine. People say silly things all the time, right? And instead of agreeing it's silly, you're then arguing. And now you write this. Life is unfair sometimes, though. Trump was born a millionaire when he was born. Can you imagine that? His probably VP Vivek Ramsworthy made $7 million when he was working 24 hours at a hedge fund because he went to an Ivy League school. What are us idiots supposed to do in a world like that? Bud. Do I make sauerkraut? Do you make sauerkraut in your fridge? No, I make fermented sauerkraut, so I keep it at room temp and ferment it. I don't pickle sauerkraut. I actually don't know how to make pickled sauerkraut. I just don't like the taste of it, so I don't make it. What the heck is dishwasher salmon? I think, Venus, take the L and move on. You said a silly thing because clearly your cousin, if you're being completely honest, is breaking the law. The correct thing for you to do in this situation is shush. Because, and the reason for this is, if your cousin is in fact breaking the law, you should shut the fuck up. Because if you keep talking, there's 200 people on Twitch right now, and another 40-something people on YouTube, and it's a relatively common job for somebody to work in exposing those people, and that's somebody's job because it's breaking the law. So the more you talk, the worse it gets potentially for your cousin. It doesn't matter what you feel the legal morals or the legal right for people to become rich is. In my opinion, literally nobody on the planet should be rich because we should have a maximum amount of income annually. There's no logical reason why any human being in the world should be allowed to make more than, I don't know, $500 million a year, period, if that. Why would you need more than 50 million? Why would you need more than $10 million? Why would, okay, sorry. Why would you need more than $2 million a year, period? Everything beyond that should just be taxed 100%. That's my take. So you're talking in the perspective of somebody who's like, well, shouldn't we be allowed to break the law to get rich? That's what you're arguing. So take the L, move on, and realize, who cares if it's a fucked up world? If I wanted to be rich, I wouldn't be streaming. Speaking of Baka Glass, literally a lawyer in chat right now. So, like, if I wanted to be rich, I wouldn't be streaming. And I've said that for years. I'm not the person to talk to about getting rich shit. If I wanted to get rich, I wouldn't have continued streaming Dwarf Fortress after December. You know what I would have done? I would have taken the deal with Stake, the cryptocurrency gambling company. I would have started streaming slots, getting paid $60,000 a month, which is what they offered me. That was the highest amount they offered me. On a 1-year deal. Probably would have moved to Kick, killed my fan base entirely, nuked all the fame that I'd developed, made a bunch of money and gotten out. And then probably moved into investing or some shit. I don't know. Or become a chronic gambler and lose all of it. I don't know. Like, that's what I would have done if I wanted to make money. But the goal in this industry for me isn't to make money. It's to make cool shit and tell people about it. Or help people find cool shit that other people make. That's what I want to do. Just dig too deep and greedily. Definitely. Speaking of, I've got this dwarf over here who's possessed by unknown forces. So let's follow them. I think it's important for people to have enough money to be comfortable and not have to worry about paying for groceries. But everything beyond that point is just gravy. And I'm extremely lucky and also extremely frugal. It's part of the reason I'm in this situation. Where I don't worry about money for groceries. Holy shit, you need a lot of bones. I don't worry about money for groceries. It's not an issue for me. And that's the best situation I could possibly be in. And, like, I could make $500,000 next year, and it wouldn't change my outlook on life, my prospects, my happiness level, nothing. Fucking who cares, Venus? If you call me a Giga Chad again, I'm gonna be completely blunt with you. I will ban you. Do not call me a Giga Chad. Fuck off with your based bullshit and all this delinquent talk. In my opinion, as a business owner, and as somebody whose mother is also a business owner, it's a pretty clear thing to see that if you work a lot, you should be properly paid for that work. Often business owners, especially smaller business owners, my mom works, like when she's working, because she's a school teacher. She owns a school for little kids. When she's working, she's doing literally 70-hour weeks because she starts at like 8 in the morning. School starts at like 8, 9 in the morning. I think she's working by 8. School starts at 9. And then she works until 4. And then she cleans. And then she does paperwork. And then she probably gets phone calls from parents. She's doing customer support. She's doing the books. And she works until like 9. She'll stop a little bit, for a little bit and make dinner, but like, what's the deal? What'd you walk into? Oh, I'm just talking. I'm not even mad. There's no tension here. The thing that's the discussion that's being had is a member of our chat room here said they really like my stream, which is nice. I appreciate that statement. And that they would give me $1,000 when they become a millionaire. And I threw out the side-handed comment that you don't really just become a millionaire, and placed it as a joke and moved on. And then they stated that their cousin was breaking the law, selling houses and not paying taxes and flipping them. because they dealt in cash. And I was like, wait, hold on a second. So you're bragging about your cousin breaking the law? And then that kind of just has devolved into me just like rambling about my ethics and money. I don't know. There really isn't any tension here. I'm just babbling. If you want to change the subject, feel free. Just come up with a more compelling topic and babble about it. This is my streams. This is how I am. I talk about things. With dwarfs in the background. Of course, if you have questions about dwarves or anything related to Dwarf Fortress, just give me a holler. I can absolutely help you out. Can we babble about Babylon 5? I know absolutely nothing about Babylon 5. True story. I know almost nothing about Babylon 5. How do you add value other than smoothing walls and carvings? Furniture! Any furniture that's placed in the room adds value to the room. Higher value materials used to construct the room also increase the value of the room. Baka Glass is gifted a subscription to GeoTrack. Thanks, Baka. Appreciate you. GeoTrack made some of the community forts. Yeah, also then the conversation devolved into like, by the way, you shouldn't admit crimes that family members are committing on the internet when there's hundreds of people listening. Because there's a very real possibility there's a lawyer or somebody who's going, let's dig. And killed a chubby Sasquatch. How do you feel about your brief time in adventure mode, Anander? Where do you see the value of that? So there is a places screen, which while it doesn't tell you the value of things, it tells you who owns things. If you select on the bedroom itself, it'll tell you where the dwarf is. So let's just jump to Napalm. I can click on Napalm. And if I click on their bedroom, under rooms, it says that they have fine quarters, which is a value. There is no exact numbers, and there is no screen that shows you exact numbers. Because you don't really need to know exact numbers, because most dwarves don't need a super high value bedroom. As long as they have like a modest quarters, which is basically just like, a modest quarters is more or less just that with a bed and a chest and a cabinet. That's all that bedrooms need, is a chest and a cabinet. They don't need to be huge either. Like, this is almost a good enough bedroom for like a baron. You know, gold, rose gold floors, nice walls, a window, all that. Those are very fancy bedrooms. Turning off my doctor squads. I really need to increase the size of these squads. We'll just chuck dwarves in. I know this is, I feel like this is cheating, but I still use it. Let's exclude units and other squads. Exclude critically injured. Dungeon Master, you're a lie maker. Metalsmith. Nope, not you. You're too pissed. Tantruming too much. Toss the Skelder in there. Slygun's competent. Zaelfane, sure. Darius Cardren, sure. Blazing Iceberg, sure. And I will get these dwarves training constantly and set them to train. It has its moments, certainly, Walnut. Yeah, those are all for my doctors, Kaiser Soze. Have I seen you in Cringers chat, or am I thinking of a different Kaiser Soze? Is this a Dwarf Fortress only stream channel? Not really. But there is a lot of Dwarf Fortress that happens here. I would say it's primarily a Dwarf Fortress channel, especially as of late. But I do stray out and have extracurricular activities from time to time. But saying that I only stream Dwarf Fortress is a bit reductive. You've restarted playing Dwarf Fortress is making a few forts in preparation for Adventure Mode update, but I never did a major update like this one. It is extremely unlikely that your save won't be compatible. Dwarf Fortress is generally really good about save compatibility. There are some times where certain features aren't accessible. I don't expect this to be one of those times. So, essentially, if new creatures are added, as an example, you may not have access to those new creatures. But they haven't added new creatures since like 2016 or something, so. Sometimes, like, auto-completing emotes while responding to people causes emotes to break. I don't know why that is. It's been a thing for a while, though. But also, one thing that I will say is if you are actually worried about save compatibility issues, Dwarf Fortress has no DRM on the Steam version or the itch version. So what I would do is if you are actually very worried about saves not being compatible, which you shouldn't be worried about, but if you are, I'm now in an ad. Great. I was just going to say copy your save and move the save file over. Or copy your install, because you can just do that. You should always only give alcohol to dwarves. Yeah, nice timing. I mean, I'm waiting. Have I thought about what my character will be like when Adventure Mode comes out? Dude, I was playing Adventure Mode last night. So, adventures don't last that long, generally. So, have I thought about what specifically I'm going to do? No. I mean, I've been playing Adventure Mode actively, so. Do I ever name a dwarf myself? I don't like doing that. Just kind of on principle. But I have in the past, sure. Disarming. It was Unib, not Urist, but yes. All right, anyway, everybody should be through the ads now. If you are actually worried about your saves getting smacked by an update, Dwarf Fortress has no DRM. Go to your install of the game, copy the install, and paste it outside of Steam. That install won't get updated. You'll keep that exact version, and then when the patch drops, you can just look and see, oh, okay, well, it didn't break anything, and keep playing. So they'll tell you when that patch is going to go. All right, Shake Break, the Mace Lord is tantruming again. Gonna interrogate you and then beat the shit out of you. What squad are you in? Shake Break. You shouldn't be in any squad. I thought I removed you from the military. Oh, I see. I put you back in. That's my bad. Okay, there you go. Get out of there. The gold crown up here? Dude. I feel like I should just make Shake Break go take over a place. I learned a while back that it's more efficient to build staircases in X or a zigzag pattern for frame rate purposes. Something about pathfinding. So, this game changes, right? When SDL2 came out, that benefit was essentially made obsolete. So all of those videos and whatnot were made before this game was ported to SDL2. Can you still do that, and will it theoretically still increase your frame rate? Absolutely. Are the frame rate gains completely negligible instead of massive now? Yeah. In version 47 and early versions of version 50, it was... Bagoth, what up? it was like upwards of a 15 to 30 frame gain I would get on older versions because the way line of sight worked. We always thought it was pathfinding, but Putnam says it's actually line of sight, which we didn't know until Putnam figured that out. And then when SDL2 came out and the line of sight code was multi-threaded and the line of sight code was changed and optimized massively, it ceased being a huge benefit. I mean, it's still a benefit. It's just a micro benefit now instead of a massive benefit. Psychotrop the Clother has created Ahmed Zithud Amagos Talk That, a frilly alpaca wool skirt, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Datan Pleat Inc. This is a frilly alpaca wool skirt. All cross ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with peafowl bone and encircled with bands of cushion mudstone cabochons. It is made from alpaca wool cloth, and the thread is red with red root dye. This object is adorned with hanging rings of blue peafowl bone and menaces with spikes of alpaca wool, and blue zircon, and blue peafowl bone, and rock salt. On the item is an image of Irel jump inked the dwarf in diorite. So yeah, you need to realize that like this game changes. And so I will say things or make videos about things, and I'm not going to go update or like annotate every single video I've ever made because line of sight changes. So yes, that information is now out of date, is the easy way of putting it. So let's just put it here. Well, I mean, here in Canada, years ago, it was actually kind of a big, at least in BC, it was kind of a big deal because they voted and did they put in minimum security prisons, to be clear, they put Xbox 360s specifically, and Call of Duty in the minimum security prisons here, which, by the way, are such low security you could literally just like walk out the door and leave. So very low security prisons, but for minimum security prisons, they actually put Xboxes in, and it increased general prisoner morale and made them less likely to try and leave, which I think is really funny. Artifact clothes never spoil. Yeah, but it's really hard to make the dwarves equip them, and they'll still want to acquire new stuff, so eventually they'll take them off. Skirt. Also, in this case, I'm pretty sure they can't actually wear it. So I don't think dwarves can wear frilly clothes. Keyword is think, though. I'm not 100% certain that's true. Trying to get rid of clothing that we do not need. Purring maggot leather sock. That's gross. It's almost like Dwarf Fortress released. Interesting, Salamander. It's almost like that spike directly correlates with the release of Dwarf Fortress, and also directly correlates with a spike on my YouTube channel. Also at the exact same time. It wasn't that recently. It was December 2022. Like, because clearly what you're talking about, let me just go to the Simple Stats website so I can show you. Also, it's hysterical that you think that a hot tub stream would do that. You are an adorable little child if you believe that. You're clearly talking about this. See, like, bonk. That's not recent. That's December 2022. And that happened because Dwarf Fortress released on December 6th, 2022. The month before was also pretty good in comparison to previous months because the month before was after we'd had the announcement for Dwarf Fortress releasing in December 2022. So then it released, and then the month after was also really good, and the month after that, and then we had a little bit of a dip because summer happened, and then things have been on the upturn since. So, oh, I see who you are. Fuck off. Go die. Ah, yes. You're that troll. Account created 18 minutes ago. Checks out. Report that person, please, chat. For ban evasion. Done. Oh, it's because they always come back to that exact same point. Every single time this person does it. They always talk normally for like 20 minutes, and then they start worshipping Notch. And the second that starts, it's like, oh, yeah, no, you have exactly the same speech patterns as you always do. They're trying to get a rise out of me by bringing up literally everything I don't like. So I'm not a big fan of people asking me to do hot tub streams, so that's obviously the first thing they jump to. They're talking about stats because, you know, we were talking about stats earlier. And they were taking part in that conversation, and then immediately they start talking about how great a human being Notch is, and how how happy they are that Dwarf Fortress inspired Minecraft, and how great it is that Notch is able to spread the wonderful word that basically they just start worshiping Notch, who is the guy who made Minecraft, but is also a transphobic fuckwad who just goes nuts on Twitter about how much he hates that trans people exist. So, you know, just maybe, yeah. I hope that person's okay. I'll put it that way. No, I mean, it's probably somebody who had a crappy interaction with me once, and was really annoyed by it and decided to try and bother me at every opportunity they get. And fair enough, I suppose. Everyone needs a hobby. I mean, also, if you look, that account was made 18 minutes ago. And they followed me a couple minutes after that. All right. Sometimes the account gets flagged as suspicious. This time it didn't, though, which is weird. What's up, Marlon? How's things? You should get a less shitty hobby. At least they're not directly hurting anybody. I mean, I wouldn't say they concentrate their life on it. I would say this person is significantly less obnoxious than previous repeated trolls I've gotten, which is, you know, I guess a good thing. I don't know. Less obnoxious than worse people I've had in the past. Because they're not very good at it. They, put out a lot of telltale signs pretty quickly. Normally I spot them faster than this round, but sometimes I spot them way slower. Yeah, they should go for a walk outside. I mean, it turns out if you do this job, some people will just decide that they don't like you. It was highlighted for you from an extension. Yeah, interesting. Normally it's like highlighted in Twitch's default stuff. But whatever. Okay. This, that, everything. I have not fired the cannon today, no. We've had 2 very small sieges, both of which I killed manually, and then we had a pretty bad, I'm blanking on the word. A pretty bad tavern brawl, which caused a lot of dwarves to die. Although I'm not entirely certain it was a tavern brawl. It may have just been like a dwarf tantruming and then other dwarves getting killed. But we did have a bunch of death. That's been the most noticeable thing today. And since then, I've been just kind of passively working on small things. I'm a little bit worried that's going to happen again. So I don't really want to overwork these dwarves. I'm waiting for the moods to kind of rebalance on the positive end before I really start making them do things. Although the cannons are fully loaded, so they are technically good to go whenever. I just see an arm? I must have been seeing things. I thought I saw an arm in that walkway. Okay, I'm just going to make an effort to clean things up. I just want this whole area cleaned. Boulders and everything. Just get rid of all of it. It's also going to force the dwarves to repeatedly run through this, which is good for us in the long term. This will help with moods and clean stuff up. Do I know who does the highlights in your YouTube VODs? Me. Like, as an example, last night I finished stream after streaming for 10.5 hours. I ate dinner, and then I walked back to the computer and I edited for 90 minutes. Well, not quite 90 minutes. It was about 90 minutes at the computer, but it was about an hour, 40 minutes-ish of editing. And then the rest was uploading. Naming, doing thumbnails for VODs and such. Oh, the person who does highlights, or like the chapters? The person who does the chapters is Shogun, who I think is in the YouTube chat right now. Do I love what I do? I don't love your questions. I have a question for your question. Would I be doing it if I didn't like it? Oh, yeah, if you're talking about the chapters, then yeah, that's Shogun. I don't pay them or anything. It's just something they started doing. I've had people who've done that in the past, and it's always greatly appreciated. Because that's something I do not have the brain capacity to do, on top of the amount of stuff I already do. When music isn't doing it for you, I mean, hey. I love my job, Venus. But sometimes I want to take the people in my chat that are talking at me and grab them by the neck and throw them out a window. Not because I think they're bad people or dumb or something silly like that, but purely because of some of the nonsensically stupid questions I get. And to put it bluntly, right now you're testing my patience. I wouldn't be doing this job if I didn't like it. So how you feel about your wife too? Hey, you know, love-hate relationship, right? Please don't throw your wife out the window. That might be bad. No. Just like my 2 cents. I mean, you live your life. Unless she's consenting into being thrown out the window, in which case, I hope you gave her like an umbrella or something so that she can safely float down. Likely, yeah. Fagoth. So you don't rent out your fucking stories apartments. You've been watching the stream in hopes of learning through osmosis. If you have specific questions, you are allowed to ask me specific questions, and I'll try and give you demonstrations if I can. Unless it's something I don't know, at which point I will just kind of redirect you to the place that hopefully can. Double glazed window, right? Yeah, I was under the assumption you could open said window. Venus. But don't you think you're inspiring for a whole generation of kids who don't feel like they can ever make it doing what they love? Man, kids don't watch my stream. This is a 19-plus-year-old stream and up. If kids are watching my stream, fucking watch a different stream, first off. Second, the average statistical audience of my stream is 25 to 34, okay? After that is older. The smallest percentage of my audience next to 70-plus are people under the age of 18. Okay? Kids don't watch my stream, first and foremost. All right? Second, I stream because I enjoy the process of playing video games and having people to talk to. Fortunately, I'm not neurotic enough, and I'm not self-absorbed enough to think that I'm inspiring to anybody. I stream because it is a mental break for me. My brain is very active. My brain hates me. My brain wants me to die. I don't have any self-esteem, period. When I stream, it disconnects me from that and just lets me be a stream of consciousness for 8 hours. When I originally started doing this back in the day, it was purely for mental health purposes. Literally, it was a way of getting some socializing into a life that had none. It was a way for me to talk to people and maybe meet some people without the ability to do that in person. So it was a mental health thing for me initially, and largely, it's still that. The fact that it's become a job is convenient. Do I think I'm inspiring? No. Should you try and be inspired to do what I'm doing? Fuck no. Go become a nurse, please. We need those. So, wrapping back around. I fucking hate your questions. Stop asking. Bah! There's a sheep running around that's starving to death. I need to put that sheep somewhere where it won't starve to death. Like right here. And I got ducklings. Okay, well, at least the ducks are still working. Hey, we caught another giant mole. Look at that. And apparently I have a goose named Dearest. Okay, well, let's loosely tame that giant mole. Loosely tame this, and loosely train this. And I got more Drothlas. I may have to time Venus out for 2 days or something again. Let's go down to here. Yours the best, exactly. Yours the big honker. I'm sure somebody would watch that. I mean, in a world where I watch Post 10 on YouTube, who literally just goes around, like, unclogging culverts and talking about how, like, drainage systems for cities are bad, considering I watch that guy just, like, unclog drains for hours, I'm sure that there's a market for plumbers. It's got to exist. It's absolutely got to be a market with some demand. How far can you violate the elf tree quota before they attack? I can't give you exact numbers. If you're planning on violating it, just violate it, because they will attack you. It's just a matter of time. Because it depends on the alignment of your faction versus them. That's what I wanted to do. I want to undump all these. Oh, it's Gabbro is the other one that's there. Okay. Many people do. I don't know. Do you want to go to war? I'm not going to give you specific information that I don't have the information to give you, right? Because it depends on your faction's alignment with that faction, right? That will drastically change the speed at which you will go to war with them. I don't have exact numbers. I can't give you exact numbers. So it's kind of that simple. If you want to attack them, attack them. I think fighting the elves is really boring. I think they're a unfun adversary generally, but if you want to go to war with them, just attack them. Some things I think in this game are best left up to experimentation, and this is one of those. Because I don't have complete information, so I can't give you a direct response regardless. You click on the world map, you find a place you want to attack, like this dwarven hamlet that I'm at war with. You click on it, you select what type of attack you want to do, you select the squad that goes, and then you wait for the squad to go do the attack, like this. And then they leave the map. And then they come back and give you a report, and a spoils report. It's that simple. And if they all died, then they don't come back, and you don't find out what happened. So hopefully they don't all die. Yeah, to me, I honestly feel that being at war with elves is a net negative for, like, everybody. It's a negative because you get attacked constantly. It's a negative because they don't give you anything useful. And it's a negative because they no longer trade with you, and they're some of the most useful trade partners. So, personally, I find not trading with elves to be a bit of a waste. But, I don't know. Live your life. And then done. Open this back up. Gotta wait for a dwarf to come up here and pull this. Apparently, I need magnetite. Pretty badly. So, probably need native gold. But magnetite is a bit more attainable. A lot of tetrahedrite. There's a lot of native gold on this. I could just dig across the front of this. Graphite. I was hoping that was coal. More native gold. More native gold. Let's see what's up here. Tetrahedrite. What's this? Tetrahedrite. Tetrahedrite. Nice. Professor, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. That username is a choice, and that is a choice that will make me not read it. Just an FYI. Not that it's a bad username or anything. I actually quite approve of that joke. Some migrants have arrived. Mountain Titan towering quadruped composed of flame. Oh boy. There's an aura of giving and kindness. That means somebody worships it as a good aligned god, which is always fun. You know, on the topic of names like that given at birth, one of my favorite ones is the commissioner of the Olympic Committee, if I'm not mistaken. His name is Dick Pound, which, like, Richard Pound is that guy's name. Somebody named him Richard Pound. They knew that their last name was Pound, and they named him Richard. Another pretty good one is the team boss of the, or rather like the team captain basically for the Aston Martin Formula One team. His name's Mike Crack, which is like wonderful. It's like Mike Crack. You hear the commentators like slowing down when they say his name, Mike Crack. He could go by Michael, but he chooses to go by Mike. This is gonna be an Ander. Because you need a Dwarf in this for it, dude. He is assertive to the point of aggression, unwilling to let other get a word in edgewise. When he has something to say. He is a nervous wreck, and he is grounded in reality, actively avoids exciting or stressful situations, is very greedy, somewhat fearful of imminent, in the face of imminent danger, can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, is very humble, often feels discouraged, finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. Generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and scratches his ear when he's thinking. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and dreams of personally values tradition and values loyalty, finds leisure time wasteful, and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. Wayne Cowboy. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, okay, so, since we're talking about funny names and words for things, George Lucas willingly named a form of music in Star Wars Jizz. Fact. Disney recently changed the name of Jizz from Jizz to, I think, like Jet or something. Like it's spelled funny. It's like JHKT or AKT or something. Someone could like go look it up, but they changed the name to something that's not Jizz. And the question that I have, does George Lucas know? Not that they renamed it. Did he know at the time what he was naming his jazz band? I want someone to ask him that in an interview if he knew at the time. I'm sure he knows now. Like, it's impossible that somebody hasn't told him. But at the time, did he know? In the 80s, when Star Wars A New Hope came out, that's when Star Wars A New Hope came out, right? When that movie came out, did he know? That's what I want to know. That he probably didn't expect to get traction. It was either like an inside joke or like him just being a boomer. Mid-70s? It was 1970s? Okay, so late 70s. Mid-70s. That mid or late? Whatever. In the 70s when that movie came out. I love the fact that I have pigtail cloth like right here. Because they're in bins, they're stuck. I'm just gonna DF hack this. Make my life easier. What else do I have? Random tunics. Yeah, but not everybody knows that, right? Like, some people are just sheltered, I suppose. And I don't know enough about George Lucas to be able to point at whether or not I think he's a sheltered person who's unaware of common slang for basic things. Bins are the worst. Bins are very useful and I like them a lot, but they can cause some pain. They can certainly cause some pain and annoyance. Barrels are only evil in certain situations. Fortunately, those situations are not that frequent. Okay, so... the amount of bars we have are rising, which is useful and good. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go up to here. I'm going to go across here. And I'm just going to go up. To about there. Yeah, right about... oh, man, and it's set to auto. Okay. That's okay. There we go. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go across to here, and then we're going to go down, down, to about there. So they'll just dig across the front of that, and then I'm just going to start all of that, my auto mining out. Don't need this base layer mined out at all. Spring has arrived. Well, that's good. Shakebreak was found dead. Captain of the guard beat him to death. And you know what? It sucks. It's hard to lose dwarves like this. But this dwarf killed like 8 of mine. So them dying in a beating to the captain of the guard. At this point, it's for the best. Even if it's terrifying. Poof. He can be spiteful. He was stopped by neighbors from building a studio on a piece of land he owned. So he donated the property to an orphanage. Here's some noise for you. I mean... who was his neighbors? Were his neighbors other wealthy, like, wealthy crazy people? Because if so, then... I don't know. Go nuts. I know your neighbors. By all means. Donate it to the people that... I would do the same fucking thing. Like, okay, well, who's the noisiest, worst... like, what is the best thing that I could do for me, but the worst thing that I could do for you? I don't know. I respect the hustle in that instance. I mean, like, it's not quite to the extent of, like... it's nothing like, you know, what Mark Zuckerberg did when like, how he's just been, like, slowly bullying people off of an island. Or like other wealthy people who are doing similar things, like displacing local residents so that they can have land. Like that sucks. That I'm not okay with. But like, you know, I'll be honest. I can't be mad. These are what I want to melt. Oh boy, we're out of fuel again. I need more Coke. I need... Oh hey, that's a lot of Coke. Like a whole lot of Coke, actually. Also a ton of magnetite down here. You don't need the DF hack interface to do that. Because, like, you can see in the bins without DF hack, but if you... So DF hack has a different trading interface. It's another one of those features that I recommend people don't use unless you absolutely 100% feel you need it. But don't listen to me. It's also a caveat, I'll say. I feel like it's better for us to complain about the current UI and get them to improve that UI than to just use the modded UI. But it's not sorted without DF hack is the problem? Certainly. Sandy loam is not sand. That's sandy dirt. Sandy loam is not sand. Sandy loam is sandy loam. Sand is sand. Two different things. But no, I get it. UGDPY. I mean, I know exactly how the bin UI is sorted if that within trading, if that's what you're talking about. I'm just simply stating I would rather not use the DF hack UI so that we can work on improving and giving good feedback to the developers for the current UI. I just personally feel that that is a better use of the time of people playing this video game, is providing feedback and ways for the developers to make the game better for everybody instead of just simply using a workaround so that they ignore it. Because if everybody just uses the workaround, then the UI doesn't get better. But, you know. Okay, well, how many times have you submitted feedback or asked for improvements publicly to the developers, King? Because if you're not, then that's the opposite of a protest, in fact. All right, so I've started this building. All right, I don't want to do it this way, but I'm going to do it this way. You just did? I'm not a developer of this video game. So no, you didn't. Incorrect. Let's see if this kills dwarves. It shouldn't. You can mass unforbid items in bins? What? You just drag the unforbid tool over top of the bin. Why is that 37 clicks? Anyway, this is a circular, pointless discussion currently, anyway. Use the tools you want to use. Don't listen to me if you don't agree. That's fine. Move on. Otherwise, we're just arguing for the sake of arguing. And what do you think we are? The American Parliament? Come on. We can be better than that. Oh, also, As far as forbidden items go, you guys need to learn how the UI works. Can't show you right now because currently there is no traders here. But there is a button. I think it's in all stockpiles. I'll check. No, it's not. Damn it. There is a button that looks like... Is there anywhere I can show you? There is a button that... Okay, there's a button that looks like a little map with an X on it. When you are in the trading UI, if you click that, it removes every single forbidden item from the entire UI and you can't sell them. So if you're worried about selling banned items, you can avoid that very easily. Also, there's another fight breaking out because it appears that some troglodytes made it down here. But what I can't tell is if my dwarves are fighting with my own dwarves. Who's punching who? See, it's just a bunch of troglodytes. Am I just getting assaulted by troglodytes? Is that what's happening? I'm just very worried that my dwarves are getting... Okay, so my giant bat is also fighting with them. Doesn't appear that my dwarves are getting caught up in this, so I will just send this squad down here. There we go. That should calm down pretty quickly. Got a lot of dwarves' teeth that need to be tossed out here. Also, this one ended up here somehow. Several of them. How many troglodytes was in that? A lot of troglodytes, jeez. Such troglodyte, jeez. Okay, so what I'm gonna do it really is a great soundtrack, isn't it? Oops. Steel bolts. 40. And then what I'm going to do is magnetite. How much magnetite do I have? 563. Okay. Most of it is like down here. Hopefully getting hauled out. Well, I guess I can dig out all of this, because there's also a ton of coal down here. But these dwarves are going to be busy for a little bit. And most of them are digging up here, all the way along that, which is fine. But what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to make a lot of iron. So I'm actually going to pause all of the make steel bars jobs. I'll keep the native gold one going. Also going to pause all the pig iron jobs and all that. And I'm going to pause all the tetrahedrite jobs. And literally what we are going to do is we are just going to start making iron pipes and iron corkscrews. And I'm probably going to need around 300 each of them. So this is going to be a big job. It's going to take them a while, but I need them to get to it. So we're gonna make some more steel bolts, and then they're gonna just start making iron pipes. That's what we're gonna do. Weirdly, one of the results of start is here. Let me show you. Here's my tutorial on trading. See this button? This button? Click that. It'll remove all contraband items, including the entirety of bins. So if there's a bin with a contraband item in it, it'll remove the bin from the UI. And you can just mass click everything and not worry about it. It's that easy. That button. Iron pipes? Yeah, for pumping lava. Lead isn't lava safe. Also, I have no lead in this map. Appear to have missed one. Oh, you're being silly. I see. You were trying to bring up an image of the trade screen. I guess those tomatoes. Wait, tomatoes are poisonous? I mean, tomato plants are poisonous. Always amused me, actually, that tomatoes are nightshade. It's like, oh yeah, no, tomatoes are in an extremely poisonous plant family. What? Oh yeah, that's just for ammo. That's fine. Let's also check work orders. Didn't get enough of that clothing finish, but that's fine. Should also go back over to labor and kitchen. Stop brewing pigtails. Should just let them make crafts with pigtails. Process plants. Correct monthly. Let's check this daily. Just increase these numbers. Increase these numbers. So currently what I need is I need to process all of my pigtails. That's what I need. So that'll queue all those jobs back up at the farmer shops, which are right here. Also, apparently, I don't have enough farmers that are doing mostly farming tasks. So I'm just going to remove a bunch of these dwarves and add in a couple more planters. Because I should have more dwarves planting currently, which I'm not. Which is bad. I'm also going to go back to statues and get these statues replaced. Also just like more dead troglodytes ever. Good lord. How many troglodytes did we get bum rushed by? That's like just absurd. Like I'm still finding troglodytes everywhere. Oh, because of the plates they were served on. Huh. Well, I mean, I didn't know that. That's interesting. A section of cavern has collapsed. What? All right, well, that's bad. Captain Amazing and Knoll Man are now injured. Captain Amazing, are you going to stand? Okay, injured, stressed, and stunned. Okay, well, that seems like no casualties. But oh, I see what happened. I was mining out stuff underneath this, and, well, because I've removed everything underneath this, I kind of need to just leave this as is. Unless I do this one row at a time. Turns out wonderful and useless knowledge is some of the best knowledge. So the giraffe is doing a good job here. Not entirely sure why my planters aren't doing planting. I think we'll just do this. Everybody does this for a little bit. Just get the planting done, dwarves. Get them done. I'm also gonna go up until I get to the bedrooms that don't have cabinets and stuff. I have cabinets again. I can get this a bunch more clothing put away. Good for everybody. Less mess. It's easier to manage. I think all this stuff's made out of copper, but it's what we have. Gold is not as plentiful as it once was after we made most of our gold supply into coins to shoot at our enemies. I like to use planters because it's a pretty time-consuming job. So I'd prefer that dwarves specialize in it. But does it really matter? There we go, I got dwarves planting seeds now. So yeah, generally you do want specified planters, I would say. But do you 100% need them? Davin Hunt was found dead. Oh, must have died in the cave-in. If I had to bet. Man, the body count today is pretty brutal. Was it added in? No, it's been in. I mean, the remove all things that was a hotkey in older versions and was in the first version of this. I mean, I made that trading tutorial within a couple of days of it coming out, so no, that button wasn't recently added in or anything. Because the front or back act as walls. That's why. Or the front and back, I guess, act as walls. All right, well, we can slowly start beginning. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to dig a flight of stairs all the way down this. And the idea here is that this whole thing will get dug out slowly, one layer at a time, and then I'll cave in the top one and just knock them all down. That's what we'll do. There's stairs right there, which only go down to this layer. I didn't want to do it this way yesterday. Still kind of don't want to do it this way, but... is what it is. We'll do it this way. I need to make lie. How you doing out there, chat? We've had some weird conversations today, to put it simply. How goes the day? Surviving. Corn, surviving. Getting by. Enjoying the stream more or less? Is that not every day? I would say it's not normal that... I would say today is a standout day. How's that? We are in an ad break, but I'm just designating digging, so you're not really missing much. You had squid for dinner. Interesting. Very productive long day, that's good. Let's go up to here. Whoop. I mean, I don't actually need to remove these, so it's not. It's not quite yet. So for anybody who's confused as to what I'm doing, this is gonna all be caved in. It's just gonna be easier to do it this way. I don't really want to do it this way, but it's gonna be easier to do it this way than the way that I've been doing it. And unlike the way that I've been doing it, it'll actually get done. So let's go around here and remove chunks of this. I just don't want them digging from the bottom up, basically. Okay, we'll let them dig out this chunk. It'll be a slow going process, but they'll get to it slowly. And then what I'll do is I'll cave in a layer above it so it'll just collapse the whole thing in one swoop. Ideally. Plump helmet spawn. Okay, not enough plump helmet spawn. Also, most of it's in there. If I can help. All right, let's just brew some drinks, shall we? Currently brewing drinks. Doesn't look like it. Nope, we are not, in fact, brewing drinks. Bruce is losing his tiny mind. Fire is shoveling the sidewalk, and he's so excited that he's back from her client stopping. Wait, but like, so dog losing mind because dogs see person outside. I mean, that seems like normal dog behavior. Dog see person outside, dog like. Dog freak out. Checks out. Your dog is operating as advertised. Which is great. It means that your warranty hasn't been void yet. It's still not too late. You can always, like, you know, fix that. Void it, I mean. Okay, so while all of that is being done, I should probably build another layer. Let's see how many dwarves have bedrooms right now. It's probably most of them, right? The first bedroom I look at doesn't currently have a dwarf in it. I mean, the only dwarves that don't have bedrooms right now are the children. I think it's kind of funny. There's also a guinea pig who's starving to death. Let's... Oh wait, actually, don't put the cat there. Cats always run away from where they've been pastured and will never be, and will always be constantly getting hauled away by a dwarf trying to put them back in the pasture. All right, well, all this stuff's working. Okay, well, it does appear that we are smelting iron at a decent rate. We currently have 70 iron bars. And an all right amount of steel. We're also making steel bolts, which is refilling our steel supply, which is good. Bars kind of look like fences. Could also make fortified wooden walls. Would kind of be a fence. Or just build a wall. Also help. Have a good nap, Bastet. Silver bars. Dark leather glove. See if there's more steel bolts down here. Also, I totally sent off a raid as like a just a check-in thing. What's up, Lanix? That's where those cavies came from. Stupid humans, we managed to steal cavies from the humans. Although we did also get a bronze spear, so that's also kind of useful. How did the actual attack go? Probably slipped in undetected. Yep. Snuck in, stole livestock, escaped. I kind of want to start stealing livestock from the elves. Skirt Clinch. It's like the Thunderlance. That's a good name. The Dawn of Weakness. They are the Dawn of Weakness at Thunderlance. Oh, I was just wondering what happened that, what the reason for all those emotes was, but regardless, those guys are inaccessible. These guys are, though. The Wet Society. Yes. The Wet Society is right next to the Young Council, obviously. That is a really big forest retreat. They are pristinely lathered. 2,000. Shit. Thunderlance is everyone else's weakness. Thunderlance is just a funny name. The Veiled Crab is also a good name for a site. The Infallible Moth. The Retreat of Boar Name. They're here to bore you with their name. I'm trying to find something I can attack. Kind of want to. But I feel like if I'm going to attack somebody, I have to be smart about it. Oh, you got stuff. To Oak Juggles in Glory, match plays and other things. All right, let's go rate them. Go get him, spicy dwarfs. We're putting a brief introduction to storage back. I found the missing citizens. I don't have missing citizens? What? No, I found a location that had some books that I could steal. I don't know what missing citizens you're talking about. Oh, I mean, so like this button exists, sure, but that doesn't make it work. Right? I couldn't remember if that button existed on the world map or not, but it does. But it doesn't really work generally. Can you please explain how books work? You take book, you read book. Dwarf take book, dwarf read book. Dwarf put book in library and then book readable by any dwarf. When in library. Need library, build library, put bookcase in library. Dwarf go to library, read book. Dwarf get happy thought. There's not much more to it than that. If you want books, you steal them, or you could get scholars to write them. In order to write them, you have to take paper and make quires. Getting paper is a pain. Making paper is a pain unless you happen to have papyrus on your map. And then you take the sheet, which is what it's called, and then you make quires out of the sheet. And then the sheet is, if a dwarf makes a discovery, then they can write a book. And if a dwarf writes a book, then a scribe can copy it if you have extra quires lying around. That's kind of it. Yeah, and you need quires to transcribe books. And then books can be, or scrolls, alternatively. Scrolls and books they operate the same, but are different. That's usually what I do. Buy paper, make quires. What's the difference between scroll and quire? One is made into a book, the other is a scroll. A quire is an unbound book, and it requires a book binding to be made into a book. Yeah, what's the difference? One's a book. One of your main features. I find that people tend to find a feature they really like, and then they stick to it. And that becomes their main focused, the feature that they focus on the most. There is no tech tree in Dwarf Fortress. There is knowledge. Knowledge does not equal tech tree. Knowledge is things dwarves can learn, unrelated to tech tree. A tech tree would be things that are unlockable with time. So stating that there is a tech tree in Dwarf Fortress is kind of misleading, because there isn't. Never. That's not possible, neither. But you have a good night. Yep, and knowledge can only be discovered once in a world, so if you're in an older world and your scholars don't make any discoveries and you don't get any new knowledge, and you're like, why am I not getting any knowledge? Well, it's because there's nothing else left to discover because they've already discovered everything. Which is kind of sad, but also makes quite a bit of sense if you think about it. So yes, the older a world, the more knowledge that's already been discovered and the less knowledge that can be unlocked or discovered. Certainly, but calling it a tech tree is misleading, and the system is called knowledge. So it's knowledge, it's not a tech tree. So if you want to directly mislead people, certainly you could use that terminology, but I think it's an inaccurate terminology because it describes a specific thing that people expect when they hear the term tech tree. And because Dwarf Fortress doesn't have a tech tree, calling the knowledge system a tech tree is very disingenuous and inaccurate. I mean, you're welcome to call it that, but I think that that's silly. That's all. Nope. Once knowledge is discovered, it becomes common knowledge. I have no idea, Ranger Rick. If you don't have any pathing issues, then I don't know. It's up to you to figure out. I can't help you. Not without seeing it directly, and I'm not your tech support. So best of luck. I hope you figure it out. Curious to know what the problem actually is, though, once you do figure it out. Been watching me since before Steam release. First time you tried to chat, you haven't even been subscribed this whole time. Love your content. Thought you wouldn't be able to play. Well, cheers. Happy to help. Running into your fort. I mean, I ran into that just now with a bunch of troglodytes bum rushing my fort. They were trying to steal my lunch or something. But yeah, I have no idea. Rick. Let's start training you. Pets, livestock. Aged. Slaughter. We'll take the giant mole out of the cage. I keep having issues with the giant moles, like, going crazy and killing a bunch of my dwarves, but we'll see. I'll also take you off of this. Because you are a warbear that's supposed to be following a specific dwarf. There you go. Giant mole, get up here. Yeah, it's tricky because, like, if everything is getting erased at you, like, what I would do is I would look at your cancellations and see if you can figure out why it's getting canceled. So, remove all cancellations so that the whole menu's clear. Pause the game, designate it, wait for it to get canceled again, and then immediately open the cancellation screen and see if you can spot what the issue is and work backwards from there, is what I would do. You want a giant mole, too? I feel like there's a joke in there somewhere, and I can't figure it out off the top of my head. It's cute. Yeah, sure, but I still feel like there's a joke in there. The fact that the goats are leaving trails of vomit makes it funnier. Vomit Goats 2024. I mean, I wouldn't watch that movie. Sounds very unpleasant. We had from what I can tell, we had a tavern brawl, but I'm not entirely certain. My best guess is that we had a tavern brawl. Because suddenly, like, a bunch of dwarves died. Skettle Skelly is going into a fey mood. I wish I could just tell you that, like, half my dwarves are raiding people right now, but that's not true. That's not what happened. Although I am raiding somebody. So we do actually have more dwarves than this. Some of them aren't on the map. But we had a tavern brawl and a bunch of dwarves died during the process. And I found out that my well was running dry, so I had to fix that. Which, you know, once again, not optimal. But you need metal bars. What else do you need? Rough gems? Well, there you go. Two pieces of pigtail cloth. What else do you have now? Copper bars. You need bones. We got those. Since it's been over a year? Well, I mean, I've gotten 2 migrant waves. Neither of them were huge. And I didn't trade last year. So hopefully I'll get to trade again this year. Because I got lots of used clothing again to sell, so that'd be great if I could trade. I'm also really hoping that the next time I get to trade, they'll offer me a dwarf for promotion, because frankly, I would really, really like to be able to get a noble into this fortress soon, because we're basically at that point now. Here come more troglodytes. We're at that point now where like it would be a good time for me to get a noble into the fort. In fact, you know what? That's what I should do. I should start building nobles' quarters. And also, let's check something real quick. Well, we're working on those corkscrews. Let's build an area that could be future nobles' quarters. Human caravan has arrived to trade. Well, that's nice of them. They haven't traded with us successfully in years. Let's body parts, dump everything. Corpses. Dump everything, and, hey, that squad's back. It highly depends on what chat's doing and how active the stream is, Baka. Highly depends. We'll see. Play it by ear. Go back to collecting webs, because I can do that. And I have a minute. Let's wait for these bodies to go away. Penthouses in the spire? Oh, absolutely. Penthouses in the spire. Tombs in the spire. I would just like to make some really fancy bedrooms. I mean, I got all sorts of fancy materials. Might as well make some fancy bedrooms. It'd be fun. There we go. Once all these little bodies are done, we'll set up trading. The chat already answered that question. Yeah, okay. So when you get when you get the noble, basically it means that like you're trading at a large enough volume that you need wagons, which can take way more stuff per trade. So if you are producing stuff at scale like this fort is now, it would be nice if I could just get rid of all of the piles of like used clothing and armor that I do not need that the enemy armies keep bringing. And that would clean up my fort a lot and make things way easier to manage. I also still need to move, like, all this stuff upstairs. I got so much stuff I need to put away. This dwarf's making an artifact. Good. I can get rid of this. I can also get rid of this. I don't need this anymore. I don't need this anymore. Pretty sure I've got another butcher shop, but I'm not 1,000% certain. Skittle Silly has created Tizoneteth Segol Shed, a pigtail mask, and offers it to the Pointy Rock of Artifacts. Ooh. This is a pigtail mask. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is studded with cushioned direct cabochons and studded with copper and encircled with bands of fungi wood and cushioned tetrahedrite cabochons and oval jet cabochons. It is made from pigtail cloth. This object is adorned with hanging rings of brown zircon and menaces with spikes of drothel leather, rock salt, and on the item is an image of 2 lychee trees in pigtail. On the item is an image of a shining sun in pigtail. Oh no. Bleeding gums. One of your dwarves has decided to use her time to start permanently hauling her military equipment to the stockpile and to the barracks and to another stockpile, and it's driving her insane. So set her to off duty instead of, or change her settings so that she equips her armor and she'll put her armor on and leave it on, regardless of her setting. I don't think dwarves can make masks. I'm pretty sure it's a goblin product. Like, I could double check. I'm pretty sure it's a goblin product. Yeah, it's a goblin product. That or it's like very faction specific. It's like turbans. I could be wrong on that though. Yeah, they're human and goblin. There you go. I know that you can like mod the game to make them makeable, but trust me, there's way stranger items in this game that are not immediately obvious that they're in this game. So that button I was talking about earlier for trading, if you're worried about trading banned items that you're not supposed to be trading, especially if there's something that you often end up accidentally trading, when this screen opens, I can show you. Just have to wait for the screen to open. This button. Click this button. That's all you gotta do. Just click this button. Turn it off. Unhighlight it. Once it's unhighlighted, done. Now, nothing that is banned can be sold. It's that simple. Arrows, arrows, arrows. Now, I don't know if I'm going to be able to trade with the dwarves this year, so I'll trade as much as I can. That's fine. Okay, let's do that. Even human and goblin civs make masks, or it's rare as uncommon, respectively. Oh, really? Didn't realize that. I know I've imported them successfully before, but I've never actively really looked into where they come from or how common they are. No, I should really just sell these gauntlets. I don't know if they'll even be able to carry this stuff, but we'll try. This is why I want a barony, so that I can get wagons to trade with. It also means I'll need to move my trading depot, actually. Currently it's somewhere where you can't actually access it with wagons. So if I do okay it with the Dwarven traders when they come by next, we'll have to confirm that. Also, a lot of this clothing isn't even my dwarves' clothing. A lot of this, especially like the random leather stuff, isn't my dwarves' clothing. This is all goblin clothing. Stuff that the goblins have brought when they attack me. Holy shit, that's a lot of items. It's like 1,300 items. Look at this. Turns out there's lots of clothes that needs to be sold. I guarantee you they do not have enough wagon space for all this stuff. Guarantee you they don't. Dump it all into lava. I mean, yes, that is a solution. However, you might notice that I haven't dug down to lava yet. So certainly, yes, that would be a solution. I could also crush it with the drawbridge. But I'd rather sell it. Because you can't search by amount of wear. And craft law. I refuse stockpiles. Damaged clothing will automatically go into those. So you could do that with a refuse stockpile. But why haven't I done that? Because it doesn't work as effectively as you'd want it to, I'd say that. I mean, I'm just gonna buy out their entire wagon with as much as I can sell them. Is what I'm gonna do. Because they probably only brought food. This is just a much easier, more efficient way of doing this. And also, before people start babbling, I 100% agree it would be really nice if we had a way of either repairing clothing or naturally disposing of clothing in a way that's much more efficient than this. But this is the best we got right now without cheating. So I will take the best we got. It's because I hadn't donated anything, Clairvore, and because I didn't trade with the Mountain Home for 6 years, and I've traded with the Mountain Home once in the last 7 years, because every single time it's that time of year, we're under a siege, which means you don't get traders. Buying their bloody clay because I have to, so that they can carry this stuff. If there was a mod I could wish into existence, it would make Venus not say strange takes in my chat anymore. That, it's Venus, you've been around this channel long enough that I understand that you're not a troll, but you come across like a troll more than half the time. I mean, at this point, I'm kind of surprised that we haven't just randomly inherited some nobility, like a random baron or something. Oh, no. Here's the thing. This guy, bro. Here's the thing. Trading in Dwarf Fortress is super broken and poorly balanced and doesn't really work. So, at the end of the day, if you're trading in Dwarf Fortress, just trade. You will have infinitely more value regardless. It's one of those systems that is partially implemented because the map rewrite and economic stuff that they want to add in will actually add in supply and demand. Granted, I'm worried that when they actually add in supply and demand, half the player base is going to have a conniption fit, freak out, and leave the game negative reviews because all of a sudden you're not going to be able to access every single material on the map by yourself without trading, which currently you more or less can. I'm actually a little worried about when they finally implement the trading stuff that they want to do, but we're not going to see that for a while, so it's not really something worth thinking about. But trading in Dwarf Fortress is kind of broken. Is the simple version. I will trade for one piece of paper. I will trade all of this stuff for a single piece of paper. That's literally what I traded for. It's like money. A single piece of paper. Welcome back. We are trading with humans currently, Big Bang. Sometimes you read things and it just makes you feel tired and quiet. Yeah. Yeah. Generally, I just kind of hope that at some point, some people who watch my stream might learn some communication skills by negative responses they get in Twitch chats. I hope. I look forward to trading being more important and getting rid of crap and bring in migrants. I don't know if the mod's ever been updated, but there was a audience member in this stream a while ago who made a mod, which was pretty neat. It used fuel, so you needed either, what's it called? Like lava or charcoal. And what it would do is it would let you dispose of clothing in forges, so metalsmiths, so the smelters, not forges, smelters. So as long as you had fuel, you could set up a dispose of clothing job, and you could decide what level of damage they would dispose of it, and then if clothing wasn't owned by a dwarf, and if it was damaged, it would just get disposed of. Dwarves would use up a piece of fuel and get rid of it that way. I think that's a good way of doing it. But I personally never used that mod. Forgotten Beast, go pet. Go pet. That sounds like a Tamagotchi. It's a go pet. I see. Hey guys, look at my new go pet. You know, it poops and I push the button and then I feed it. Anyway, go pet has come. An enormous quadruped composed of malachite. It has a square spindly antenna and a bloated body. Beware its deadly dust. All right. Well, let's just make sure everybody's in the burrow. Oops, wrong button. This one. Elfie, you do not need to draw a Forgotten Beast Tamagotchi. It's okay. That being said, Kitfox should do a limited release of either Dwarf or Forgotten Beast Tamagotchis. I don't think that... I'm mostly under the impression that that isn't a thing that like Fangamer or any of those other merch companies does. But like, that can't be that hard, right? That can't be that hard. Like, what if it even was just an app? Like just a little phone app, you know, like it's a Forgotten Beast Tamagotchi, or just a Eurus Tamagotchi. You know, you gotta give him booze. You gotta like comb his beard. Somebody clip this and just at Kitfox with it and just be like, I got you guys $1 million marketing idea. 25 people will buy them, like immediately. Turns out I got way too many #1 priority dig jobs. But that's okay. A side app for Dwarf Fortress where you collect and take care of Forgotten Beasts. Wouldn't that just be like a Dwarf Fortress franchise thing? Okay, I was gonna say, are you hauling something really slowly? Well, let's buy their books. And their scrolls. I don't know what pouches are for. Carving knives are an adventure mode only thing. I love it when they bring you adventure mode only things. But I kind of hate it because like the number of times I've gotten questioned like, can I make my soldiers equip knives? No, you can't. They are a completely useless item that has absolutely no function in Fortress mode. So that part kind of sucks, but buy your crutches just so I don't need to make them. I know that they carry coins in adventure mode, but I don't know what they would do in fortress mode, I guess is what I was trying to say. I guess what I should have said is, I don't know what that would do in fortress mode, would probably have been a better way to word that. Is there any other heavy things I can buy from them? Chests, but those ain't that heavy. I mean, I've sold them a lot of boots and clothes. Barrels, I suppose. I'm gonna have to take some of the stuff out of the trading, obviously. Yeah, okay. I'll remove gauntlets. Just start removing helms until it's light enough. There we go. Trade. They get a huge amount of value. And I'm just going to pause the game and do this, and then do this, because it cancels all the hauling jobs. your first base is in someone. Oh, your first forgotten beast is hiding in someone's bedroom. Hey, at least they went into somebody's bedroom. You know. I love watching like streams with that are like of forts that are just entirely constructed, and they're obviously like a new player, right? And their fort's just entirely constructed in the caverns, and I'm just sitting there going like, oh my god, I just want a forgotten beast to show up so goddamn bad. It's like everything's open. There's no way of sealing, no doors, nothing. And I've seen forts like that like a dozen times. And I've just sat there watching the stream going, come on. Come on. You know you can do it. Come on. Where are you, beastie? And they almost never show up, and I'm always sad. I'm just like, god damn it. I just want to watch your fortress go up in flames. I'm not a bad person. I just want to watch your fortress burn down, okay? There's nothing wrong with that. I'm allowed to want to watch your fortress burn down. Wait, actually, yeah, okay, that one we keep, that one we keep. I got taken down my camera. I mean, that's almost as good. That's almost as good. As long as it didn't make her upset. Which is always kind of the thing. It's like, as long as it doesn't piss anybody off. It's like, eh. $1 million idea. There you go. Thank you. Appreciate it. We've threaded a cloth. Bet you I could fit. I really can't. Really isn't a spot that I could put a farmer's shop here. I guess I could do another farming area up here. Make it entirely farmer's shops. Move a bunch of the pastured animals up here. That or just skip all those layers. So I think this should be a throne room. You know what I mean? I think this should be a throne room. But I don't actually know how much gold I have currently. Merchants have left off on their journey. I'm just gonna go all the way up here because there's gotta be stuff I haven't claimed. It's on this humongously massive, stupid big map. You know, okay, actually, while I'm just waiting for things, because it's gonna take some time for, like, my dwarves to finish digging all that stuff out, I think I'm just gonna work on prettying up portions of the fort, because it's a very easy task that I can do, and it doesn't really require many extra hands. It just requires me to do it. Let's also melt metal objects. And with you. Melt metal object. Let's see what you're going to go melt. What object is you melting? Armor bin, that is what I need you to melt. Thank you, Dwarf. Finally. 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 So chat, it is currently 3:13, so sometime in the next 20 minutes, I'm going to have to take a 15-minute break, because sometime in the next 20 minutes, my doctor is going to call me, and then I have a phone call appointment. It was originally supposed to be an in-person appointment, so I was originally supposed to have to end the stream like an hour ago, which is why we ended up doing an extra stream on Monday. But fortunately, because that is no longer an in-person appointment, and it's now a phone call appointment because we got like a meter, almost like half a meter of snow. That's actually a bit of an exaggeration. We got a lot of snow. That's the simple version. We got a lot of snow. So because we got a lot of snow, that is no longer something that we need to worry about, and it means that you melting another bin? Yes, you are. Excellent. And because that is no longer something that we have to worry about, I will just be taking a 15-minute break soon. So when that break happens, the stream's not going to end. We'll continue playing Fortress mode for a good chunk of time afterwards. But we're getting close to that point. I'm actually kind of pissed that it got canceled. I kind of wanted to have an in-person appointment because there's some things I can't do, so it means I'll need an extra follow-up appointment. So I'm not actually that happy about it, but I mean, the result is I get to work the full day. But in the future, I'll have to do it again. So I'm not super thrilled about that, but yeah, you are correct. It is, I guess, an advantage about having a dump of snow is not in-person doctor's appointments. It is nice to know that, you know, my doctor's not going to make, like, you know, his secretary and whatnot go into work on a snow week, basically. If you'll allow it this time, thankfully. I'm very happy that you decide to allow me to take a break so that I can speak with my doctor for a bit. Much. Okay, for a second there, I thought we ended up with a bin inside of that bin. That isn't a bin inside of that bin. That's just a bin that got a bunch of stuff dumped on top of a different bin, unrelated. Okay, so things have actually been quiet for a little bit. We haven't been attacked in a while. That's not good. Let's see how this raid went. We stole books, basically. That's it. Simple as that. And also some thread. Okay. I'm gonna go steal more artifacts from my old fortress, I think. We're gonna send 2 squads. Are the cannons loaded? Absolutely, yes. I beg your pardon, Napalm? Night, Martin. We'll see you later, dude. Ironically, I saw that on the YouTube stream before I saw that on the Twitch chat. It's rare that I just happen to look in that direction first, but here we are. Ah, there we go. That finally got done. That's good. Till next time, dude. So many hauling jobs. So many hauling jobs. What was the final fate of Sunbirths? I let more of the dwarves survive. We kept the... It wasn't a total destruction, but the fort was routed. That's where I kind of left it off. LPP is throwing a tantrum. Disorderly conduct. You were a really happy dwarf. What happened? Want to practice some martial art? Well, that's... Beating the ever-living shit out of a dwarf in public is not a very good way to, you know, get that job given to you. Anyway, you just killed a peasant. Also, you killed Stealth CT earlier. Oh boy. Well. Turns out you are going to prison, I think. Yep. You have now been put in prison. Was that 3 that you killed? Yep. It was 3. 4, 5. Uh-oh. Oh, never mind. Here we go again. Here we go again. Pilot guy was found dead. So Brain Fist, Nuclear Sneeze, G-Fin, Pilot guy, all found dead.
Bring out your dead!
Killub as well. Checking the doctors. Get the gist that most of our doctors are okay. Nuzzle was found dead. Silver Falcon, Hot Rod Ricky. Now's not the time to ask, Snail. Wilbach was found dead. Cat grew up. Why does this happen? This isn't a tavern brawl. This is actually just, we are teetering, essentially. When a fort starts to teeter, it basically is like, I'm making terms up, is the reality. But essentially what it is it means that we are in a very fragile balance right now, where dwarves can snap suddenly, and I've got a lot of upset dwarves that also happen to be quite strong, like military dwarves and such. So when a dwarf snaps, it basically means that they're just going to attack anybody, and that can cause other dwarves to snap. And this sort of thing used to be a lot more common. It was like a proper tantrum spiral, is what this is. But it's quite hard to actually get the dwarves upset enough, consistently enough, for long enough to be able to do that. It basically means you are not completing your needs at all, which we're not, and also massively overworking the dwarves, which we are. So it's fun. Although I'd much rather have things like this happen than, like, you know, my dwarves randomly just dying in my digging constructions. So, time to build coffins. I don't actually think I need to build too many more coffins, because we've got a ton. It's just a question of whether or not they're queued up. Oh, yeah, that's why they're not getting used, because I forbid them again. Why did that coffin move? What? That's weird. Forbidding it moved it. Did you see that? Or unforbidding it moved it? It's bizarre. So I'm pretty sure I should have enough tombs. I will throw the children back onto burial. Snail is currently cleaning patients, is not dead. Okay, I need to pull this lever. Let them get down there. Yeah, no, I mean, we've had such a rough time in this fortress, just with the amount of attacks that we've had to deal with, and the amount of adversaries that we've had to deal with, and the amount of bodies we've had to clean up. Every single dwarf in this fortress is suffering from some various levels of PTSD. So because of that, it's much easier for, like, the fragile makeup of the dwarven mind to collapse. That is 100% up to you. I like to try and make them happy because I find it more fun. But expelling them is certainly more consistent. You'll have more steady and consistent outcomes if you go that route of just expelling. I much prefer to, you know, deal with it manually. I mean, ideally, super problem dwarves would just go to prison, right? And if they're not fixed, then eventually they'll die in that loop of going to prison. And ideally, you can slowly... Okay, that coffin I don't actually want there. Fortunately, nobody's assigned to it. This is an artifact coffin, so I want to use that for a noble. But, yeah, ideally, you would end up in a situation eventually where all of the dwarves that are super problems to the fortress will eventually be removed from existence. They'll remove themselves over time as they commit crimes. We've had two big, like, brawls, essentially, caused by tantrums, which have killed a lot of dwarves today. I've done some attacking. I'm currently trying to steal more artifacts back from Sunbirths. We haven't been attacked as much today, which has been nice. That being said, I'm not entirely certain that means we're out of the water just yet. So, where are you? Okay, you are thirsty and unconscious and haven't left the map yet. You fell asleep on the way up. Got it. So that's kind of all that's really happened today, Sama. But we currently have quite the upset crew of dwarves. I was able to trade once, which is probably the best thing that's happened today, but it's still only once. No need to get attacked if there are internal fights. Yeah, so basically, yeah, we've been like trying to deal with internal issues, and I'm trying to increase my metal output again so that we can get forges built that will, or rather, we have forges, but I'm trying to increase my iron output specifically and like limiting steel output so that we can get enough pipe sections and such made so that we can go after the next project, which is getting lava up here, and also locate underground, begin the end game such. Because it's starting to get annoying to have to find coal constantly. It was very plentiful off the bat, but we've worked through a lot of it. So there's 4 more jobs to place items in tombs. I will remove that from chores now. Thank you, kids. Yeah, I would like to go after candy. I mean, people have been asking me to dig too deep again in this fort, so we'll probably end up doing something like that. I mean, we're pretty, not well-equipped, but we could make this fort well-equipped enough to do it, and I think that would be fun. Also, I have a better idea of what I'm up against after the last ones, so there's that too. Well, at the very least, that didn't last as long as the last ones, so. It's going all right, Gazoom. How's your day been? Okay, so I'm going to prepare a little bit more for traders. So what I think I'm actually going to do, I'm going to knock out some of these walls up here, and I'm going to move the trading depot up into this spot. Deconstruct it from down here once they leave. We're going to move trading forward a little bit. Could also put it up into here, but... Actually, chat, I have a question. Should we keep trading right here? Or should I move trading into the risky spot up here? What do you think? It's chat's call. Also, sometime in the next couple minutes, I'm going to have to go on a 15-minute break. Risky? Okay. Well, I don't have to move it just yet. Still waiting on my miners to finish all of those mining projects I've given them, which is a lot. There is a lot of mining projects. In fact, I think I'm actually going to go down here, and I'm just going to go add a bunch of dwarves to mining who aren't currently. And when I go on the 15-minute break, I'm actually going to split the VOD, I think. So I'm going to put a marker down. Another thing I'm also going to do is I'm going to go over here. I'm going to make a real big stockpile. And this is going to be categorize as a refuse stockpile. I call it legwear, headwear, armor, basically all of the clothing that is degrading. And then we're just going to say, yeah, just those. Just those. I don't know what else I would have that I would need to go in there. Maybe quivers. Quivers, damaged quivers. Now, theoretically, everything that is double X or bigger should just automatically go into there. And turns out there's probably a lot of that stuff flying around. Also, why did I ask chat if I should do the risky things? They have guards, assuredly they will be fine. Certainly, yes. Definitely. They will be fine. I am in an ad break. Also, because today wasn't supposed to be a stream day or a full-length stream day to begin with, I think it's only natural that because I do get to stream, I give you guys incentives to make today a really long stream. What do you think? Speed bump for speed bump for my diplomacy, more like. Mostly just a speed bump for my diplomacy.
Let's do it. Lol. I am going to eat dinner. We'll be back after.
Thank you for the $1. Appreciate you, Big Bang. Thursday is the day that I can watch movie. Oh, really? The rest of the week you're just too busy? Thursday you can stay up late. I guess you got nothing to do Friday, hey? Or less to do? All right. Unlocking these doors, or the pause so that the dwarves can go back to doing whatever. I think I'm just going to go to minecarts. We're just going to forbid all the minecarts again. Turns out, one way to make the dwarves way more productive, just forbid all